Yes, Advocate, you may proceed. Welcome back, Honorable Mento and the others, and their good self.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Mente.
Good afternoon, Ka-Siboto.
Ms. Mente, what I intend to do with you is to ask you questions that relate to the 30th of October, 2022. August, my apologies, 2022. And these are the proceedings we've been discussing since yesterday. Do you recall the day in question?
I'll be lying if I say I recall in detail the day. It's been over a year. So I may miss some of the things because there's a lot that I cannot really recall.
Yes, but by and large, you remember the discussions that have been that we've been discussing since yesterday, just by and large.
Yes, when I see the video, yeah, some of the things, yes, I can recall.
Yes, and I'm glad you're saying once you've seen the video, you recall, because what was being discussed yesterday in relation to
You specifically, was you being asked to leave by the speaker? You recall being asked to leave by the speaker?
Yes, I recall being asked by the speaker, but also
Yes.
I recall asking the speaker for why.
Yes. So let's have a discussion around that. You're saying you recall being asked to leave by the speaker and you asked why. Why did you ask why you're being asked to leave?
Yeah, because if ever the speaker is asking you to leave, it's always driven by whatever circumstance that you as a member, you would have participated in, and you know for a fact what you have done. And for that particular day, I cannot recall what I did, and hence I asked the speaker, why are you saying I should leave the house?
So you're saying the speaker asked you to leave the house and you do not know on what basis she was asking you to leave the house?
Absolutely. And if you look at the video, I am asking the speaker, what is it that she says I must withdraw? And I'm asking her, what is it that I should withdraw? Which was never then put to my attention as to what is it that I should have withdrawn.
Were you ever told at any point what it is that you were asked to withdraw?
No. Neither was the speaker at any point came back to the house to deliver her verdict on the undertaking she makes at the end of the video when she says, what you have said is unanswered.
Interesting you should say that, and you would have been observing the proceedings since yesterday. I took Mr. Glasso through another instance, which I don't think is in dispute, which in fact he confirmed that there is a member of parliament from the African National Congress Party who had similarly been asked to withdraw. Let me restate that. The speaker had asked the member to confirm that what he's being accused of, he had in fact said. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall, I don't think it's in dispute, do you recall that Mr. Romo then said, no speaker, and to which the speaker responded, I will not make a ruling. Before I make a ruling, I will go and confirm with the Hansard whether what you've been accused of having said, you in fact said. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall.
In other words, he was not asked to withdraw despite or because the speaker did not know where they had said what is accused of. Is that so?
Absolutely correct. And
And
ordinarily, if I may expand, ordinarily, if a speaker did not hear what you said, that's what they always say, a chair or a speaker, whoever presides over the house, if they did not get what was said, they always have to first go to Hansard and then come back to make a ruling.
Yes. I want your opinion on this. If the speaker had taken the position that she had taken with Mr. Dlomo, would there be any reason for the speaker? Well, let me start here. If the speaker had made the ruling she had made in relation to Mr. Dlomo, then she wouldn't have said withdraw, is it?
Absolutely correct.
And then you would have had, do you want to come in?
Sorry, Chair. I don't know whether the witness would be in a position to decide, to determine, or to give an opinion on what the speaker would or would not have done.
I think that's a fair objection, Speaker. You wouldn't have to make a ruling on it. I accept the objection. All I'm simply trying to get at is this, and I'm soliciting your opinion on it. What the initiator is suggesting is that you can't be in the mind of the speaker, and therefore you can't speak for what the speaker would have done, and I accept that. Similarly with Mr. Klaas, obviously the same principle must apply when the committee considers. All I'm simply getting at is, Ms. Mente, would there have been a reason for the speaker to order you out of the house if he had not defied her ruling?
At this point, advocate, one would not even have to be asked to leave the house if the speaker had applied the ruling the similar manner she applied the rule on the member of the ANC, where she said she will refer to the Hansard and then come back to make a ruling. And the plea of that day on the video is that, what is it that I said? And if you listen carefully to the video, is that there is context to what is being said, and the speaker did not then say, okay, then let's look at the context. In a similar manner, which the member of the ANC raised and said, I cannot remember what I said, speaker, therefore, please refer to the Hansard. So there was no need for the speaker to ask me to leave the house without having ascertained what is it that was said.
Yes, thank you. I don't think anything turns on this factual inaccuracy. So Mr. Dlomo did not say, I cannot recall. He denied having said what is being accused of. But that changes nothing in terms of your answer, because the simple point is the speaker was prepared to not make a ruling on a basis of something she doesn't know. Now, let's deal with this then as the final point, and this is the concluding remark I'm going to solicit from you. If I understand your evidence, you are saying if the speaker had taken care to ascertain the facts before she asks you to do something, i.e. withdraw, had she done that, then she wouldn't have had to ask you to leave for asking why, and she wouldn't have had to ask for the security services to kick you out of the house as a result of that, had she from the start applied the same principle she applied to Dr. Dlomo. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely correct. The inconsistency in application of the law which governs the House by the Speaker on that day would not have applied to me if it didn't apply to Dlomo.
Sorry, Chair. Just to object that that was obviously a heavily leading question, just for the record.
She's raising it for the record, Speaker. I presume you'd have made a note and perhaps it's something we'll take up in argument. That's the sum total of my examination, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Chair. Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Menti. Ms. Menti, I shouldn't be long with you, but all the questions are actually very specific. And I'm grateful for my learned friend for going directly to the issue. Thank you. Ms. Menti, the issue that your advocate raised with Mr. Kaso was really an issue of fairness. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall the question, the cross-questioning.
Yes. So in respect of your case and your answer to the charges and or allegations, the only issue raised was one of fairness and that you were not treated fairly by the speaker when she asked you to withdraw a statement or a remark that you had made in the House. So I've noted in your evidence in chief, you said you don't really recall what happened on the day in question. But when you looked at the video, it kind of came back to you.
Sorry if I may come in there, my apologies. Just by way of correction, in fairness to the witness, firstly, that's not the issue, the only issue, the issue of fairness. The other issue is whether the speaker knows what she had said or not. So it's not just the inconsistent application of the principle, but the fact that she made a ruling on a basis of facts she doesn't have. Just in fairness to the witness.
Chair, the issue that I have here was one of fairness, really. And I'll get to the issue of whether the speaker knew or did not know what Ms. Menti had said. So, Ms. Menti, what struck me from the video, but also more from the Hansard transcription, is that at no stage did you deny that you had made disturbing and or threatening remarks to Ms. Ngweba. I don't see that anywhere. Do you have a comment on that?
Maybe we're watching two different videos. Because on that particular video, the opening remark is that the threat came from the side to the members, and in protection of the members, I had to do something, whatever it is that was happening. But it was not the fact, the matter, I don't recall what I said.
Ms. Menti, when you go, and I will take you to the Hansard in just a moment, but just in case you misunderstood me, nowhere in the Hansard recording, which is a verbatim transcription of the proceedings and what was said in the House on the 30th of August 2022, nowhere, there is not one word of a denial on your part when the speaker confronts you about remarks that you made. And just for good order, let us go to the Hansard transcription. Let's go to page 387. The issue plays itself out over about 2 or 3 pages. But let me take you through what I see happened here. Do you have the relevant page?
Come again?
Do you have the relevant pages of Hansard?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just bear with me. And I go through this exercise being mindful of the fact that you yourself have admitted you don't really recall what happened. So when we go to page 387, well, even before 387, the Honorable Zulu is on her feet, and she then conveys to the speaker that 2 women in the house on either side, and I accept her to mean that on the side of the ANC, there was someone who made a remark, and on the other side, she was meaning the EFF had made a remark. In other words, you had made disturbing and or threatening and or unbecoming remarks to each other. That is what Honorable Zulu then got up on her feet to say to the speaker. That is on page, I think it's on page 384. And let me just read 2 sentences to you on page 384. Minister Zulu says, what is actually very disturbing right now is that members of the EFF in the front and members on this side are actually going to the point of almost talking physical threats against each other. No, honorable member, really. She continues on page 385. I'm not going to read the entire section. It is there for the committee to see. And she confirms that they have heard the physical threats that were made. Then when you fast forward to page 387, the speaker then addresses you, Honorable Menti, and Honorable Magweba. Honorable Magweba, as we know, is a member of the ANC. She addresses both of you. In other words, it's an accurate statement to make that she reprimanded both of you. Do you agree with that? It's in the Hansard.
Now I see what is in the Hansard. So what's the question about that?
Yes. As I said, also giving the fact that you don't remember so well, I'm taking this issue as it played out in the House, also for the assistance of the committee. So on page 387, the speaker reprimands both of you. She says, Honorable Menti, Honorable Magweba, with all due respect, I'm appealing to both of you to withdraw what you said to one another for the benefit of this House. What precedes that is that the speaker then tells both of you that this is Women's Month, this is not how women behave, and that you are supposed to be exemplary to the people of South Africa watching you live as you behave in the House. At the bottom, Ms. Mgweba says, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw. So I am telling you, Ms. Menti, that up until this point, the Speaker was absolutely fair when she treated you and Ms. Magweba equally. She did not finger you out or target only you. Do you have a comment on that?
Except that you are reading convenient clauses of this Hansard. You are not reading the Hansard that refers to me and the incident or whatever we call it in its entirety. Because the response which is there on Hansard, which I make, is very clear on the context which the speaker did not want to hear. So you cannot then say the speaker was fair. There is
Okay,
no
Ms.
fair. The speaker was not fair.
We are getting,
There's
we are
context
getting to
there.
page 388. I'm not finished yet. What I am putting to you,
And I'm
that
not
it's
going to
very-
agree that the speaker was fair.
okay,
That's
I
my-
didn't expect you to agree to that.
Honorable Mentor, please give each other time for the benefit of the House. Allow her to speak and then you respond in that order. Thank you.
No, she must also not speak when I'm still answering.
Ms. Menti, so we will continue. That is up until page 387. So when we then go to 388, the speaker says, thank you very much. And then she turns to you and she says, Honorable Menti. You say, thank you very much, Speaker. I will not withdraw protecting my members because she after Dr. Dlomo. The speaker then interjects. Ms. Menti, you say again, no, you want, there is context to everything. The speaker then tries to bring some order to you because from the video you could see that you were shouting at the speaker and the speaker was trying to calm you down. Again, you repeat there is context. Then at the bottom, you say to the speaker, you are not going to sit here and intimidate my members. Over the page, on page 389, you say it will never happen. The speaker tries again to calm you down, to restore some order and respect, because the video will show that you continued to shout. Then you say further down the page, I want you to be clear, speaker. The speaker says, I'm requesting you, it does not matter what happened. You say, no, it matters, speaker. Then over the page, in the middle of the page, Ms. Menti, you say, Honorable Speaker, my member was threatened by another member after Dlomo also threatened his children. Then I will jump and I will go back to what you say. Secondly, she threatens my member and I must sit here and be quiet when my member. The speaker says, no, honorable member, no, honorable Menti. It is not going to happen that my members are threatened whilst I am here. Over the page, you again say, it will never happen, it will never happen. In the middle of the page, you say, then I must sit here and fold my arms. I am not going to do that. I am not going to do it, Speaker. I'm not going to withdraw protecting my members. So, Ms. Menti, in your engagement with the Speaker, not once do you deny making disturbing and or threatening remarks. Not once. What do you say to that?
I do not know what is threatening remarks in your context because the Hansard does not have record of what was threatening. So do not put words in my mouth. So your context of what was threatening and what was not threatening is not there. So if ever the sequence of events as they play out have got what I said, which Dlomo denied and was referred to Hansard, and when I am asking the speaker to look into context, she refuses to it. There's nothing I can do about that. The inconsistencies, and let's also clarify one thing. Let's not confuse passion with shouting. When you are passionate about doing something and saying it passionately, Must never be confused for shouting, because when shouting, really, you will not like me.
Ms. Menti, I'm not going to get into a debate with you whether you shouted or screamed or whether you were disrespectful. The video clip that we showed yesterday speaks for itself. The committee can look at it themselves.
But
So
you have,
on
you have already
on
said it clear that you
392,
are not shouting.
Ms. Menti, as I said, you shouted, it's clear from the video. If I was wrong, I'm sure that your counsel will immediately object. But even if I am wrong, the committee can make up their own mind from what they see and observe on the video. On page 392, and bear with me, it's just the last 2 or 3 pages. You then say in the middle, you did not hear us. You are being told. The speaker then insists, Honorable Menti, please withdraw. What must I withdraw? What must I withdraw? The speaker says, Honorable Menti, withdraw. How Honorable Menti withdraw? Then Menti, please leave the house. You say, what must I withdraw? If you can't take the order, leave the house. It is my ruling, Honorable Member. It is my ruling. Leave the house, no Honorable Shivambu. Then I will get back to page 392, Ms. Menti, but just to close off this point, on page 393, the speaker says, I have ruled that Honorable Menti should leave the house. Honorable Menti, leave the house. The speaker then says again, Honorable Menti, please leave the house. If you can't withdraw, will you please leave the house? The speaker then calls the sergeant at arms because you then refused to obey the speaker. On the next page, on page 394, she then asks the sergeant at arms to request the Women Parliamentary Protection Services to escort you out. You still refused to do that. As the end of the page on page 394 shows, Honorable Menti, please leave the house. So just to close off this point, let us go back to page 392, where you say, what must I withdraw? That is preceded by a remark to the speaker where you say, you did not hear us. You are being told. But this is what I put to you, Ms. Menti. Although you ask the speaker, what must I withdraw? You never at any stage tell her that you deny again, that you deny having made any type of remarks to Ms. Mgweba. You rather use this opportunistically because you know the speaker did not hear both of you. What do you say to that?
It's exactly for that reason that you ought to know yourself. If she did not hear it, Carso was here in cross-examination, explaining at length at what point are the remarks that play themselves out in the House are being requested to be withdrawn. And once the speaker is satisfied that whatever was said is unparliamentary, then that must be withdrawn. At that point, she didn't know what was said and what was being said at the point. I told the speaker that in the context of it, go and hear what was the context of what was happening. So there was nothing for me to deny more than that the speaker had to go and establish what was being said.
Yes. So earlier on in the interaction, when the speaker addressed both you and Ms. Mgweba, the speaker and Ms. Zulu pointed out threatening remarks, disturbing remarks at that juncture when that was said. Why didn't you then call a point of order and say to the speaker that this is wrong? I did not say that. I did not make any type of remark like that. You did not tell her that.
It depends on how you want to understand it. But the fact that I told her that listen to the context of what was being said, the similar way when Nkalipi stood on a point of order to report that the member of the ANC was threatening her, and she wanted to establish what was being said. She did not ask me what was being said. She just told me to withdraw.
So
they
when
can I finish?
Yes, please go ahead.
So if you are looking at how the speaker reacted to the point of order by Nkalipi against Domo and the point of order by Zulu against whatever was presumably said by me and Mkweba, the action thereof is different. The action was not of establishing what we said. The action was ultimatum that withdraw. Whatever you said, I'm not interested in hearing it. And that's how not you run a house.
So Ms. Menti, again, because you did not answer my question, why didn't you raise a point of order to rectify the speaker? And a follow-up question which you may answer together. Why did you yourself not ask the speaker to check Hansard?
For Hansard to be checked doesn't mean that the member must directly ask the speaker for Hansard. Once you explain to the speaker that look at the context of this, that means exactly that go and establish what was the context of what was happening. And in fact, all these questions you are asking, there is no Hansard where it captured me saying anything. And that should be enough for you to understand that there was nothing which I have said. There's nothing in the Hansard capturing what I have said which was offensive, neither unparliamentary. And it should be informing your line of questioning rather than what was happening, me protecting myself from an illegal instruction of the speaker.
Okay, Ms. Menti, what is very clear from Hansard in particular, and also from the video clip evidence, is that you were blatantly defiant when the speaker tried to address you. You were utterly disrespectful to her, and you disrespected her authority. What do you say to that?
If you see that as disrespect when you do not know what was being said, then whatever informed position that you have taken is an unfair position yourself, because you ought to be informed by what is it that was offensive said by a member. And I have no obligation of standing up in the house and take illegal and unlawful instructions from the speaker. The conduct of the speaker on that particular day was very much illegal, because she ought to have asked, what is it that you have said, rather than giving an ultimatum of telling people not to say anything but withdraw. At some point, she even says, I'm not quoting a verbatim, but she says something like, it's irrelevant if I know or I don't know. At this point, I'm asking you to withdraw. And you do not do that.
So what is also clear from Hansard is that you, when you spoke to the speaker, when you responded to her, you made it very clear to her that you were not going to keep quiet. You were not going to sit and keep quiet while Ms. Mkweba was allegedly threatening you or a fellow EFF member. So that strongly suggests that you made the remarks that were threatening, or you made remarks that were threatening and or disturbing.
Where are those remarks? Because you cannot fabricate evidence yourself. Where are the remarks that I said? If you can point me to the remarks that have led to the speaker to take such a decision, I'll be happy, because I have no recollection of me offending anyone. So where are the remarks that I've said? Do not fabricate and make a case, because you are now adding a case and you are making a case. You are actually suggesting that there are remarks that I've made. Where are they?
So it seems to me, and I must put this to you because this is what I will argue, is that based on Hansard, you accepted that you made these remarks because you did not deny it.
The fact that there is no denial, and I've said this with you, do not conveniently read the Hansard. The reaction that is there on the Hansard is on the basis of protest when the speaker asked me to withdraw something I did not say. And at that point, Dlomo had already intimidated my members, which he stood up to say he does not know what happened. And the speaker said, I will go to Hansard. What was stopping the speaker from saying the same thing, to say, okay, if there's context, therefore let's go look for context and then come back and rule on it?
Yes. So see, this is all after the fact. This is all after the fact, but the transcription is a verbatim transcription as to what transpired in the House on the day. So this is a very, very accurate description of what was said, and very importantly, what was not said. So if it's your view, Ms. Menti, that the speaker acted illegally, why did you not invoke Rule 8 of the National Assembly rules as a remedy?
Number one, you know, you are speaking for someone whom you refuse to bring here. And unfortunately, once a speaker makes an undertaking that I'll listen to the Hansard and come back to the House, that ruling is binding, and therefore the speaker was supposed to have come back with it, which she did not do. And conveniently, you are not concerned with that. And you are jumping for a rule that is not applicable when a person has made an undertaking, which she did not follow through herself as a speaker. So I think then you must go back to the rules of parliament and understand the process thoroughly and how it works. And number two, the issue of the rules and the law that applies to the House. My legal team is best placed to expand on how the law that governs the House works. What I'm dealing with right now is what is on Hansard verbatim from me, and what I did not say, which led to what you are reading. And then number three, what you are seeing here being said as a protest is a build-up of something, an accusation made by a member of the ANC, which the speaker took it as a gospel truth and asked me to withdraw something which is not on Hansard. You also don't know what I said. So you ought to be preoccupied about what is it exactly that the member said, because I can't find it on Hansard.
Ms. Menti, are you finished?
Yes.
Yes. So you didn't answer my question, but I will leave it at that, and I will address it again during legal argument. But there was clearly a remedy available to you which you did not use or invoke. And I must infer from that, as I will argue, that at the time that it happened on the 30th, you were not of the view that what the speaker did was illegal or unlawful. And that is what I will argue. So just turning to just the last one or two questions, and then I will finish my cross-examination. When you refused to withdraw the remarks that you made, The Speaker then asked you to leave. Why did you not leave?
Because I was being illegally removed. The Speaker had not told me what I said. What did I do? The Speaker ought to have said, because you have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, therefore you must leave the House. The Speaker did not tell me that.
You see, the Speaker had made a ruling that both you and Ms. Magweba from the ANC had to withdraw your respective remarks. So she had ruled on the point, and she had given you an instruction, and you defied her, disrespected her authority as the Speaker of the House.
A ruling based on what? Because that ruling was based on what did I say, which the Speaker did not answer.
So this brings me to the previous question that I asked you, which you didn't answer. If you had an issue with the lawfulness of what she did, and I'm only using your words, it was illegal, you said, there was a remedy that you could invoke, which you didn't invoke. So instead, what you did your own thing. You disrespected her. And you refused to leave the House.
Once more, I'm going to refer you to the legal team to deal with the issue of how the law in the House works. But one thing I'm going to answer is that, irrespective of how you look at it, for as long as there is no remarks made by me on Hansard, there was no basis for me to be asked to withdraw anything. And that should not have led to me being asked to vacate the House.
Yes. So you didn't invoke Rule 92.12, which has to go to the Rules Committee, nor did you invoke Rule 8, which speaks, if I'm not mistaken, on general rulings made by the Speaker. Instead, you openly defied a ruling made by the Speaker. In that sense, you clearly contravened a rule, with the result that the Speaker had no choice but to call the Sergeant at Arms to escort you out, which you also refused. You refused to cooperate, which means that you contravened another rule.
I don't understand how you are asking a question of me not invoking a remedy in the House where there was no remedy for me to use. The only remedy I had was the Speaker to go and refer to Hansard. And I'm not so sure then what else should I have done in the House for my protection as an elected member to go and represent the people and as a whip of the organization, the EFF, to protect the members that are under my custody at the time. So I'm not so sure what do you mean when you say I did not use, if there was a remedy that I had. I had no remedy. The Speaker gave me an ultimatum and didn't want to listen. And also for the record is that when you are saying the Speaker was calm and all of that, the Speaker was not calm. The Speaker had already threatened the entire caucus of the EFF that it must stop speaking, it must not raise any point of order, to a point where even the point of order which led us to where we are today was raised by an ANC member who was then allowed to speak when we were not allowed to speak, when we were not allowed to say anything in the House. And from the member of the ANC having said whatever she said, a Speaker takes an ultimatum and says, whatever you said is irrelevant at this point. Just withdraw. Withdraw what? Even yourself, you are making a case which is not informed by anything, because the Hansard does not have any record of me saying anything else. All the videos you have watched of me raising point of orders, reading the rule book and all of that, there's nothing that suggests that I threatened people. So I'm not so sure what then you are referring to. And then I'm not so sure if maybe you're adding some other charges to all these frivolous charges that I'm charged with.
Yeah. So Ms. Menti, all of what you were saying now, it doesn't relate to the point at all. You know, and you suddenly are ignorant of the remedies in the rules. And let me just read Rule 8 to you, because you seem to be perhaps ignorant or you're conveniently disregarding your remedies. Rule 8 of the National Assembly rules deals with rulings. And I will jump straight to sub-rule 3 under 8. It says the following. Members must comply with rulings made by presiding officers. 4. A member may request that a ruling be referred to the Rules Committee for consideration and report. There is your remedy.
Sorry, Chairperson. Sorry, Ms. Bent, and I apologize to the initiator as well. At this point, I must object, Chair. Legal propositions are put to the witness over and over and over again. She had said multiple times, I'm here to answer to the factual claims. This committee is a fact-finding committee. I was reprimanded when I was asking Mr. Glasso to give an opinion about the lawfulness of what was done, and I retracted the question. The same is being done to Ms. Mente over and over again. I repeat, she's here to answer factual questions, not what she's entitled to in law, not whether she complied with the rules or not. So I'm asking that that line of questioning desist, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. Initiator, can we take that route? And
Yes, Chair.
also to
Can
advise you
I
on the
first answer?
issue of time. Left with few
Can I
minutes.
first answer to that, Chair?
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
may.
I'm very happy to be guided by the committee, but this is my response to the objection raised by my learned friend. At no stage whatsoever have I put a legal proposition to Ms. Menti, nor have I asked her to comment on any legal proposition, nor have I invited her to give her legal opinion on any issue pertaining to this matter. The question as to the remedy, you will recall, was traversed with Mr. Glasso in his evidence in chief, in cross-examination, and then I don't think in re-examination, but it was a feature, a pertinent feature of his evidence. It was also an issue that Ms. Menti had introduced. In her view, it is not my words. It was her words where she said that the speaker was acting illegally. As a matter of evidence, as a matter of cross-examination, I'm entitled to probe that opinion with her. She raised it. And the second
Thank you,
issue-
Initiator. Can you proceed?
Thank you. So, Ms. Menti, even, and this is my final proposition to you, even if you disagreed with what the speaker had done or said or ruled, it doesn't matter. You must respect the ruling and or order of the speaker. Your remedy is there for you to take it up at a later stage. But you directly contravened two further rules when you disrespected the authority of the speaker when she asked you to leave.
Sorry again, Chairperson. Sorry, I must interject again. As I understand,
Yes, Advocate.
examination of a witness is putting questions to the witness. It's happening again, where proposition after proposition after proposition is put to her without a question. That's arguing with the witness. I'd rather the questions solicit answers rather than arguing with the witness. I must respectfully object again, Chairperson.
Initiator, can you put a question?
Sorry, Chair. During cross-examination, I am not only permitted to question the witness, to ask her direct questions, but I am also permitted as a matter of cross-examination rules to put propositions to the witness for her comment. I am not just confined to direct questions. The questions, my concluding questions, by the way, or propositions to Ms. Menti, was entirely appropriate because it goes to the essence of the charges against Ms. Menti. In actual fact, it mimics to a large extent the wording of the charges. I am within my full right to put that proposition to her for her comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Initiator. Are you
That
done?
is also the end of my cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Menti. Advocate, I will now invite you to re-examine your witness.
If I can just come in there and just take direction from you. My understanding was there was agreement that I will only re-examine once the committee has had an opportunity to put questions to my witness. Can I please just take direction from you, Chair, in that respect?
Initiator, can you assist me on this one?
Yes, Madam Chair. I have no objection to that approach, save that it's with one caveat, which I think I may have placed on record previously, that the re-examination is obviously confined to re-examination and the rules of re-examination. It doesn't mean that the committee's questions will now broaden the scope of the re-examination. But other than that, I have no objection to that approach.
Thanks. If you don't have any objection, we are in your hands. We'll proceed. I will now invite honorable members to make clarity-seeking question to the witness. Staff members, assist me to identify hands from honorable members. Please.
Ms. Speaker's hand is up. At the moment, it's only her hand I see. Chair.
Yes.
Ms.
You are
Speaker's
saying
hand is
it's only the honorable Grace Seke's hand.
and Ms. Tagude,
Yes.
the chief whip. Only those
Yes.
two for now.
Okay. Honorable members, you are at liberty to can ask clarity seeking question to the witness. The rule of 15 minutes still applies for all of us for this session.
Mr. Mlenzana's hand is up. Chair, maybe you should give opportunity to Ms. Seke.
I did so. I invited her. Honorable Seke, please.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Chair. I think the session went quiet, so I I was not very sure whether I should continue or not. And thanks to your good self. Good afternoon, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, molweni.
Dumela Sisi, how are you?
Ndiyaphila kunjani?
Ndiyaphila nam. I'm not quite sure, Chair. Should I ask all my questions or should I pose my questions one by one and request Honorable Mente to respond?
I
Can you
think
guide?
it's better to ask all the questions so that she jot them down, and then during response she will know exactly which questions comes from which honorable member. Please.
Okay, thank you so much for your guidance, Honorable Chair. Honorable Mente, my first question, what do you know about the authority of the Speaker when presiding over House proceedings within the context of the rules of the National Assembly? My second question is what you did on that day accord with the decorum of the House? The third one, why didn't you alert the Speaker to what was happening instead of saying that you are not apologetic about protecting your EFF members? Are you still with me, Honorable Mente?
Yeah, well, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
writing.
All right. Fourth one, can you take this hearing to your confidence and tell us as to what happened between you and Honorable Mugweba on that day? The other one, the reasonable conclusion is that whatever you said was unparliamentary on that day. What are your comments, Honorable Mente? The very last question, how can you persuade the hearing to find in you favor, given that you were not upfront to the Speaker about what transpired on that day? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zeke. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Dlakud.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mente, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mente, as a leader in your own party, and at some point you were defending your own members, what make you challenge the ruling of the Speaker in the House instead of following the relevant processes if you were not satisfied with her ruling on that day? Because the rules are clear that the ruling of the Speaker cannot be challenged at that point, and there are processes to be followed. Why didn't you take that route as a leader? Then my second question is was it okay, in your own opinion, for members of the EFF in the House, especially those whom you are charged with, to call for the spurious points of orders, even though the Speaker indicated that she will no longer take any points of orders? Then my last question to you, again as a leader, what is it that you think will ensure that as honorable members of parliament, we maintain the decorum of the House? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dlakote. Honorable Mfesane.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and once more, good afternoon, Honorable Member.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
No, just two questions from me. It's not many. One, it's just for record purposes. If you understand the rules of the House, as I assume you do, the question would be, do you always adhere to the rules of the House? If yes, you can justify. If no, why? Or at what stage do you sometimes not adhere to the rules of the House? And then the last question, Chair, would be to Honorable Mente. Honorable Mente, what is your understanding of the term defiance and also the term contempt? I'm asking these two in relation to the current hearing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mfesane. Honorable Mente, can you please respond to the questions?
There's
So,
another
Chair,
hand, Chair.
There's another, Mr. Power's hand is up, Chair.
Honorable Kaba.
Apology. Thank you. Sawubona assessment. Kunjani?
Yeah. Siyaphila kunjani?
Siyabonga ne. No, ithi ngibonge ngokuthi ucorporate ube khona to
Mr. Kaba, your network is so bad. We can't hear anything. Mr. Kaba, your network is very, very bad. We don't hear anything.
Leader you
Honorable Kaba.
which all of us are as
Honorable
taken
Kaba, can you, Honorable
your
Kaba,
understanding. Hear you, Chair.
I am saying your
you hear
network
me?
is very bad. Your network is very bad. We could not hear you from the beginning, but now you were coming up. Can you change the position? I hope Honorable Mente didn't hear anything too.
Oh, I did not hear anything.
Chair, can I suggest something? If the network continues to be bad for Mr. Kaba, maybe you could simply write the question on the chat.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to request, because really we don't hear him. And Honorable Mente too won't hear what he's saying.
Okay.
Honorable Kaba, do that in writing,
Okay,
please.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And then in the meantime, I'll request Honorable Mente to start responding in the interest of time. Over to you, Honorable Mente.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair. In majority, the questions are directed at the rules and the application thereof. And the difficulty here is rules of the House start with the Speaker, because she or the chair that presides over the House, because they are the responsible people to ensure that those rules are applied fairly and applied correctly. And unfortunately, at this point in time, we don't have a speaker to ask, why did you then invoke this particular rule without having followed a certain process which you have already followed? In this case, before the incident we're speaking about now, before it arose, there was 2 members of the ANC, one being Lamula on the Minister Lamula on virtual, which was, he was quoted verbatim on what he said, and he was asked to withdraw because he could own up to what was quoted. Then there was another member, Member Lomo, who denied what he said and referred the speaker to Hansard. And when it came to me to say, go look into the context of what I said, the speaker plainly refused. Therefore, the issue of the rules then that don't apply, because you cannot then refuse to follow your own rules, which you have applied throughout the session of the House. That inconsistency on its own speaks unfairness and also speaks to I wanna deal with you kind of attitude. So the issue of rules, maybe then, if the speaker was here, we would be able to say what was supposed to have happened if she was here to then unpack the application of her own rules at that particular moment. Same applies to the issue of the decorum, because the decorum is held in the House. How you conduct the House is how the House then will follow your leadership. But if your leadership is problematic, the House is going to be problematic with you. You cannot start by shutting down members and say members must not speak. And when I was answering the initiator, I said, if she was allowing everyone to speak, we would have spoken on many issues. But then she became favorable where she only took hands from the ANC. And when they spoke at length on accusations and informing her of what was happening, which she took it as a gospel truth, then there's nothing I can do about that. She's the one who's destroying the decorum. You can't take gossip and then rule the House on the basis of gossip without ascertaining the facts. All that the speaker had to do was to say, well, if that's what happened, then let me go back to the Hansard and get context, then and tell the members to withdraw. Obviously, the ANC member was going to withdraw to whatever, because the speaker is the ANC person, so therefore, she was going to be held liable if she didn't withdraw. But the ultimatum of withdrawing is on a basis of the speaker knowing exactly and sure that these particular words that were said in the House are unparliamentary, offensive, or unconstitutional for whatever reason. And as a leader, Mamla Bodi, I know very well that once you steer the ship, if you press wrong buttons, the ship is going to go the wrong way. Therefore, as a leader, you ought to allow the processes of holding the executive accountable flow. And on that particular day, the questions that were being asked by the members of the EFF had nothing to do with spurious point of orders, but were fact-finding from trying to make the president to answer the questions. And the speaker had no grounds to stop the members from answering the questions. What she had to do, she was supposed to put the questions as they are to the president, and the president would have said, because that one was not part of what I'm supposed to be answering at this point, I will then go and find out what is the information. And that has been what is happening in the House. That has been the rule that we have been all following. So on that particular day, the speaker just shut down people without even asking the president. President, are you able to answer that question, as we always do to every other person? Therefore, the issue of decorum does not arise. If you press wrong buttons, the ship is going to sink with you. The adherence is the same thing. You adhere to fair rules, constitution, and the lawfulness of everything that's applied. So you cannot adhere to things that you don't understand. And in this case, it's very clear to the members of the committee what is being on Hansard quoted and being used is me protesting on what did I say, which is not recorded anywhere. There's no video of it. There's no Hansard of it. But I'm being evicted from the house for something I do not know, for something I did not say, for something that's not anywhere. So there's fabrication of charges on the basis that I said something which no one can own up to it. And therefore, there is no right person in their right mind that will just go and follow. You follow the law only when the law is treating you fairly. But the last thing also is that, I think Melda asked this. The last thing is that when the speaker makes an undertaking on a daily basis, we get chairpersons of the House coming back with rulings of Hansard of the undertakings they have made on previous days. And the speaker had not done that. So you ought to ask yourself, where is the undertaking of the speaker when she's filing a report to the Rules Committee? Because before she files a report to the Rules Committee, she should have herself complied with the rules of bringing the undertaking to say, these two honorable members said the following, and therefore I stand by my rule, or therefore because they have indicated they didn't say anything, I withdraw my ruling. That did not happen. So I'm not so sure then what else that has to happen on this issue. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Let me read Honorable Kaba's question. Try just to listen to me.
That's
He's asking in this way, Honorable Mente, do you understand that you are here as self, not as a party? That's the first question. Do you understand that you are here as a self, not as a party? That's the first question. The second question, have you had opportunity to understand committee roles? Because advocate misinterpreted it. We are not only a fact-finding committee. So these are the two questions Honorable Kaba has asked. I will request that you respond. And honorable members were left with 1 minute, but for the sake of peace, I will make sure that we add 5 minutes to this session, so that if you still want to make some follow-up, you will be allowed to do so. If not, it will be fine. We'll release Honorable Mente. Over to you, Honorable Mente.
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, it is exactly for this reason that the composition of the committee is under question. And this matter is the one that my legal team has ventilated upon in the opening remarks, and again today to say we have not yet dealt with the matters in court and all of that, because one, the composition of the committee and me coming to the committee as an opposition member, one cannot take away from the fact that, one, the committee or itself, its majority is the ruling party, and the very same ruling party that is charging me. Therefore, you cannot then divorce me from the collective and what is happening. And then the next thing is, I'm charged as a member of parliament. And as a member of parliament of the EFF, the speaker also made it clear that the members of the EFF will not allow you to speak anymore. So when we are treated as a collective there, we must always defend ourselves as a collective. And I'm here again as a member of parliament representing the EFF. So every time I speak, I am going to quote the people that voted for the EFF and sent me to Parliament, and therefore speak on their behalf. Because every treatment that is meted against the members of EFF is a treatment against the voters of the EFF. Therefore, those two matters are not, they cannot be divorced from each other. So the issue of the composition, me understanding it, I've said it. The composition of this committee is what is under question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, we have got 2 minutes left. Do you have any follow-up questions? Is there anyone with a follow-up question?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Staff, assist me, Deputy Chief Whip.
I'm here, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much. Honorable Mente, you said in your response the questions, you were asking questions to the President. But as a member of Parliament, you know very well that questions are in sequence. They are numbered. And the question that was being asked was not question number 1. We were on question number 1. Then, in your understanding, because that question was coming, I think it was question number 5. In your understanding, do you think jumping from question 1 to question 5 was the correct way of doing things? Because that question was still coming. So if you can clarify that for me.
Thank you.
Then the last one,
Thank
Honorable
you.
Chair, if I can still a second, the composition of this committee, is it not constituted the same way with other portfolio committees of Parliament? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mente.
Yeah, no, thank you very much.
Zana, Chair. Sorry,
Yeah, can we?
Mlenzana,
Yes, I've seen you and Seke. I've noted
No,
you.
thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Let's allow Honorable Mente to respond. Honorable Mente, you may proceed, please.
Yeah, I think I need to clarify to the committee once more. It's not up to the Speaker to prevent members from speaking. The Speaker could have allowed the question to be answered by the President, and the President would have easily said, the question is coming and I'll answer. We've always been doing that, not unless in this particular case, then we're going to apply a new convention of the House, but it's always been the case. And then number 2, the composition of this committee, this is not just like any other committee. This is a committee called Powers and Privileges. Therefore, privilege of members of Parliament cannot be fulfilled if ever is going to be decided by the people who are charging you. The other portfolio committees and everything, that one is neither here nor there. This particular one is a committee that deals with privileges and powers of members. Therefore, there's no way that my power and my privilege will be restored by the people that have charged me, whose Speaker had filed a frivolous case against me. Therefore, that also is not arising. Thank you.
Honorable Mlenzana.
Sorry,
Thanks,
Chair.
Chairperson. Thanks,
So-
Chairperson. I will try to be very brief, Chairperson. Honorable Mente, let me put it to you for your comment. Taking for your response that you deliberately veered from adhering to the rules of the House, and as such took a decision to defy the presiding officer, thus bringing the House to contempt for whatever reason. But your reason driven you to such. Your comment, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. Honorable Mente.
There's nothing to comment about. That's a foregone conclusion. That's what you think. I can't comment on what you think. That's your view.
Thank you, Honorable Mente. Thank you, Honorable Grace. Second.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mente, I must say upfront that you have not responded to most of the questions that we have asked to your good self. We're so generic, but nonetheless, it's okay. It's fine with you. It's fine with us because we can be able to make a determination out of what you are responding from. Just to check with you, Honorable Mente, do you normally in the National Assembly as the leader of the EFF utilize the rules of the National Assembly? If yes, what do you understand by Rule 154 and Rule 211? Just to be specific. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Grace. Second. Honorable Mente, can you respond?
Yeah, Chair, once more, I'm going to go back to the very same thing I said to the initiator. I'm here to answer to what is said on the Hansard and what I'm being charged for. So the issue of the rules that I must unpack, you can ask them to the legal team, they will unpack them on their application as well. And I have also made an indication that it takes two to tango in the House. Therefore, you can't ask me about the rules that the Speaker, which when she's invoking them, is not here then to unpack at what point did she make that decision, for what reason. If it's under contest, therefore she must then validate the contest. And I've answered questions. You asked similar questions. There's nothing new that you have asked. Therefore, there's nothing new for me to say. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Mente, for the responses. Honorable members, at this stage, I will allow or give an opportunity for Advocate Ka-Siboto to re-examine his witness. The 15 minutes rule applies. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think perhaps let me start with this general remark, because again, there seems to be a debate around this issue without necessarily us being ad idem as to what the proposition is. The idea about the composition of the committee is not that the committee is improperly constituted. That's not our submission. Our submission is it shouldn't be constituted as it is. And that's the Part B fight, if you will, that is happening in court next year. I thought I'll just place that on record. No one is suggesting that it shouldn't be constituted as it is currently. Ms. Mente, then I want to ask you a couple of re-examination questions. It has been put to you that you did not deny making threatening statements. Do you recall when that cross-exam came? I don't know if you can hear me, Ms. Mente. Ms. Mente, can you hear me?
Honorable Chair, it seems as if Honorable Mente is not on the platform. Thank you.
Now I am back, Chair. My other gadget, the battery died. So I've changed gadgets and I will not be able to put on the video on this one. We can continue.
Thank you, Ms. Mente. I was saying to you, we've got 15 minutes, so I'm going to move quite speedily. And I'm going to ask you to, if you don't mind, unless you feel strongly, just answer me directly. so that I'm able to put all these questions to you. I only have been allocated 15 minutes. So I'm saying to you, do you recall when it was put to you that you did not deny making the impugned statements? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And is there anywhere where it shows you admitting making the impugned statements?
No.
And if anything, what appears on the Hansard and undisputed is you asked at least 3 times, what must I withdraw? You recall that?
Yes, that's correct, Advocate.
You asking what must I withdraw? What does that imply?
It implies that the speaker must then refer to Hansard in order to ascertain exactly what was said.
Does it suggest you admitting anything?
Sorry, objection. Chair.
Not at all.
I think, Chairperson.
Yes, initiator.
Chair, I think that even my learned friend will agree with me that that was a leading question. You are not permitted to ask leading questions during re-examination. He is suggesting the answers to Ms. Menti, and I object to that.
Let me see. I'll ask the question again and digest it from the perspective of the initiator and see if I agree. Ms. Mente, does the answer that you gave, what must I withdraw, indicate you admitting anything? Do you still have an objection, initiator, to that?
Yes, definitely. You're suggesting the answer to her.
I'll move on, Chairperson. The second point I want to ask Ms. Mente is this. The charge sheet refers to disturbing and volatile exchange of remarks, or you are accused of exchanging remarks that are disturbing and volatile. Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that, but also in the previous question, which I've also answered to the initiator, there is no way where I've admitted that I've said something, and I've also clarified to the initiator during cross-questioning that the fact that I said there's context which must be looked at means that the speaker must go and look at the context. The fact that I say what is it that I must withdraw, it means that I do not know what I must withdraw and what I said, therefore the speaker must go and assert it. And that has been the same answer to her.
Yes, and it's clearly an important dispute of fact as to it. Would you say it is an important dispute of fact as to what it is that you said?
Absolutely.
And you've been accused of not making follow-ups about certain aspects. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Given how important a dispute of fact this is, do you know if any structure of this House or the Speaker or anyone for that matter went and followed up with Honorable Zulu as to what it is that she heard? Do you know?
No, there was no such investigation according to me. Neither it is in the bundle that is used to charge me.
So let me understand, you're saying to the best of your knowledge, no one, despite you being charged, no one from this parliament has ever asked you what it is that you had said?
I've never been asked for any information besides when I received a charge sheet charging me for something that happened a year ago and not being furnished with the reasons why the speaker did not come back with her undertaking before she can go and file a report.
Were you ever told why no one has asked you or Honorable Zulu or Honorable Nkweba what words were being exchanged? Were you ever told why that question was never followed up on?
No.
Let's move to the next part. And of course, you know, they have not been called as witnesses here either. You know this, not so?
Yes.
In other words, we still don't have their versions, even when they had an option to call a witness, not so?
Absolutely.
Let's move to the second aspect of what I want to ask you. You were cross-examined extensively about the fairness of how you were treated. You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you suggested that the speaker did not even care about what the facts were, and you did not refer to the Hansard, but that's the answer you gave. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Have reference to page 389 of the Hansard. If you go to the second last paragraph, 389 of the Hansard, you confirm if this is what you're referring to. The speaker there says, in fact, this is what you say first. I want you to be clear, speaker. I want you to know. And as you're making that point, the speaker interjects and she says, I'm requesting you. It does not matter what happened now. Is that what we're referring to?
Absolutely.
In other words, the speaker did not care to find out what the facts were before she asked you to withdraw.
Yeah, she had made up her mind. She just gave me an ultimatum.
Thank you. Let's then move on to the third aspect I want to deal with. You were also told that the same treatment that you got from the speaker is the same one that Mfesane MP got, not so?
Come again. I think my network is failing me.
Okay.
Come again, advocate.
Yes, Ms. Mente. I'm saying earlier on, you were told that the same treatment that you were given was given to Mfesane MP as well. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And we're told that there are stacks and stacks of boxes in some office. Do you recall that?
Absolutely.
Yes. And we're also told that you've received training around these rules. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In that training that you have furnished, were you told that if a speaker takes an unlawful or unfair decision, as you see it, in respect of one member, it then necessarily makes it lawful and fair to do the same to another member? Was that part of your training?
Yeah.
I'll rephrase the question. Does the conduct of the speaker being unlawful, if you view it as being unlawful, and she addresses it to one member of parliament, does that then mean she can unlawfully and unfairly treat another member, in this instance, you?
No.
So
And
then
in fact, if I may just expand a little bit, sorry. When Caso was giving evidence, he mentioned that, I think more than 2 times, every time a speaker says something or makes a ruling is based on the facts that she would have ascertained and on the matters that have taken place or transpired right before her own eyes, and she will rule on it.
Yes, and you're suggesting that did not happen in your case?
It did not happen in my case, because there is nowhere on Hansard where I'm offending or saying anything unparliamentary, which then leads up to what is being used to charge me now, where I was protesting to say, what is it that I must withdraw? Because I did not say anything. I don't remember saying anything.
So then I ask you this as a round of question to this theme of questioning. Of what moment is it, if any, that the speaker asked Ms. Mfesane MP to withdraw a statement, and she did? In relation to you, the fact that Ms. Mfesane retracted, in relation to you, what does that matter? In other words, what does it matter that Ms. Mfesane withdrew her statement?
I would think, because Ms. Mfesane withdrew and Ms. Mfesane is an ANC member. So ordinarily, the speaker who comes from the ANC, when they put any ruling to the members of the ANC, they must comply with that ruling because they are the same caucus. But when it comes to me, I wouldn't know why she took that particular route, and I wouldn't understand why she was not interested on facts, but take whatever Zulu was saying to her as true, and therefore it must be applicable to me as well.
Thank you. And then a question.
Advocate, I think we're left with 2 minutes. Can you try to wrap up?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Mente, just 3 questions quickly. You were first asked, why didn't you explain to the speaker what happened? Were you asked to explain to the speaker what happened?
I wasn't asked to explain, I was asked to withdraw.
And then what you were also asked is, in fact, this was a statement from Tseke MP, I think it is, where she says she has reached a conclusion that your conduct was unparliamentary. And then I also want to quote Mfesane MP on the conclusion that he has equally reached at this stage already. Mfesane, when given Mfesane MP, I sincerely apologize, Mhlekazi. Mfesane MP specifically says, let me put it to you for your comment. You deliberately read from the rules to defy the speaker. In other words, he too has reached a conclusion at this stage already. And these are the members of the committee one would have expected will apply an independent mind, having considered the totality of the evidence and applied the legal test to those facts. But at this stage, at least, we've got an indication from 2 members that they've reached conclusions about your behavior. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, hence my answer to them that is a foregone conclusion. And hence there is a question mark on the compilation of this particular committee, which must decide on the power and the privilege each and every member of the House is having. So they have concluded, and that is why I said there's nothing for me to comment about on his views, because that his views are the foregone conclusion that I have breached or contempt of Parliament, whatever charges they put to me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mente. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Advocate. Thanks, honorable members. I'm looking at the time. It's now 22:04. I may invite Advocate to invite the second witness so that he may take an oath, and then we'll proceed tomorrow morning.
Sorry, Chair, there's just a slight deliberation between the initiator and myself. You can just borrow us a minute if you. I'm not borrowing, I'm actually asking for it. I'm not going to give it back. Can you just allow us a minute to just deliberate on an issue if you don't mind, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Chair.
Recording in progress.
Thank you for that opportunity. Can we have a bathroom break just for 3 minutes, and then we can resume then?
No problem, initiate.
Thank
No
you.
problem. 5 minutes. Initiator, in your hands. Are you back?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we are back. Thank you for that indulgence. We also just, and this is by agreement between me and Mr. Ka-Siboto, that we would like for the hearing to continue so that we can complete the evidence of the EFF's 2 other witnesses. We will try our best
Recording
to keep
in progress.
as succinct as possible. So we ask the committee if we could sit until we are finished. We also make that request that if we finish today, we would like to take tomorrow to work on our written submissions and then reconvene on Thursday for oral argument. In other words, today, after the completion of the evidence, we would like, or we request that the hearing be adjourned until 10 o'clock on Thursday. But we're in your hands.
Thank you, initiator. And I'm happy because the 2 of you, if you agreed, I don't think that ourselves will have a problem with that, because our main objective, all of us, is to complete this work. So, honorable members, I am just bouncing the request before your good selves whether we agree to proceed with the 2 witnesses today. What I will do, I will try my best that I stick to the time frame. I'm going to time, so I will request that cooperation from my legal gurus. But let me hear honorable members on this proposal. Honorable members, what are you saying?
We are fine with the proposal, Chair. Agreed.
Chair, I think we are fine. That is supported.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Chairperson. Yes.
Thank you. The request has been supported. Let's proceed. I will now request Advocate Ka-Siboto to request the second witness and lead his evidence before us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Xesa.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Mr. Xesa, what I will do is take you through what happened on the 30th of August, 2022. You'd have been sitting and observing since yesterday. And I would presume you've got a general sense of what we're talking about, not so?
Yes, Advocate, I've got a sense.
Advocate, before we proceed, can you allow me to say something to the honorable member in terms of Rule 168? Good afternoon, Honorable Kaiser. I believe I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. You must forgive me if I continue offending you. Honorable member, Rule 168 requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or a committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers and Privileges Act, inform the witness as follows. Open quote. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding that the answers or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence of documents required in this proceeding, close quote. Honorable member, do you have any objection to taking an oath or making an affirmation?
No, Chair, I don't.
If you don't, thank you, honorable member. You will say something after me. I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth and only the truth.
I swear that the testimony and evidence that I'm going to give is the truth and only truth. And only the truth.
So help me God. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, honorable member. Advocate, you may proceed with Honorable Cesar.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mr. Cesar, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
I was saying to you that you've been part of these processes since its inception, that being yesterday morning, and you would be aware about what you've been charged with and the fact that we've been dealing with those charges, not so?
Yes, certainly.
And there's been a suggestion that you should be treated different to other members of Parliament on the day, and that your sanction, or at least the charge that's being proffered against you, stands because, unlike other members of Parliament, you spoke after the Speaker had directed that she's not taking any more points of order. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
Now, I want to test that claim that you are the sole MP who spoke after the Speaker had said no more points of order. Let's start with page 278 of the bundle, which is page 2 of the Hansard itself. It's page 278. What appears on page 278 is a transcript or transcription of what happened in the House on that day. And it happens immediately when the session starts. Very early on, you see under the topic, questions to the President. And then it shows what Mr. Shibambu would have said on a point of order. Do you see that?
Just give me a second.
It's page 278 of the bundle.
278 of the bundle.
Let's do this.
Yes.
Oh, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. To an extent, you cannot find a reference I'm giving you. I would ask that you try, but to the extent you can't, just advise me. I'll read it, and if the initiator has got an objection, then she can raise objection as to whether what I'm relaying is there or not. But for the sake of progress, I wouldn't insist that you page through pages if there's no dispute about the proposition I'm making. So you'll see there Mr. Shibambu raises a point of order immediately.
Yeah.
And then the speaker responds to Mr. Shibambu. She says, I am not allowing a point of order. I am
Yes.
recognizing, and then she says, sit down. Now, at that point, the speaker had already said she's not allowing points of order, not so?
Yes.
Okay. What then follows at page 279 is a point of order that is being raised.
Yes.
The speaker engages with Mr. Malema, who's raising a point of order. Do you see that?
Yes.
You then go to page 280. You see an engagement between Mr. Malema, who is persisting with his point of order, and then the speaker entertains that point of order. She says, Honorable Member Shibambu, we have not as yet got to the point of questions, hence I'm stopping, but I've called somebody. Once he has spoken, then you raise your point of order. Let's stop there. So the speaker at that point, despite her initial comment, is allowing a point of order at this point, not so?
Yes, it does. She does, sorry.
And then you can see the transcription, and then you go to 282. Mr. Shibambu then raises a point of order, which the speaker accepts despite her saying she's not taking points of order. She actually entertains Mr. Shibambu's point of order, and then she responds to it. Not so?
Yes.
You then go on at 286. What you see there is a point of order being raised by the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, which the speaker accepts, and the point of order is made. You then go to page 288. Mente MP raises a point of order, which is allowed. You then go to page 290. Radebe, MP of the ANC, raises a point of order, which is allowed. You then fast forward, and then the speaker at page 281, thanks, Janet, at page 291, then the speaker says, Honorable Litsie, sit down, Honorable Mkhaliphi. I will recognize you and you'll be the last one. You will be the last one. And then she acknowledges Litsie. Do you see that? Litsie MP, I apologize. You then move on. So there's a second ruling now from the speaker saying, I will not take any more points of order. But then you go to 293. Litsie MP raises a point of order which is allowed. You go to 294, Mkhaliphi MP raises a point of order which is allowed. At 296, Shibambu MP raises a point of order which is not allowed. Honorable Malema at 298 is given the podium. At 299, Radebe MP raises a point of order which is allowed. It's the second time Radebe MP is speaking, raising a point of order which is permitted. You then go to page 300. Zulu MP of the ANC raises a point of order which is allowed. You then go to page 303. There the speaker makes a ruling again. This is the third one. So despite two previous rulings, she has allowed a point of order. And then for the third time, she says, I will not allow any points of order now. I want us to proceed. So there's the third ruling. But what happens after she's made that ruling? At page 304, Shibambu MP raises a point of order, which is not allowed. Then Tambo MP raises a point of order, which is allowed. Munyai MP raises a pointer, which is allowed.
Sorry, Chair. May I just raise an objection?
The bill creates a prospect for private participation. Okay, initiator, you may proceed.
Thank you,
With your
Chair.
objection.
Thank you. I didn't want to unnecessarily interject because we obviously want to finish the evidence. But what is abundantly clear, what my learned friend is doing, this is his witness. He's leading the witness. He's pointing out certain transcriptions and drawing and stating conclusions to the witness. Evidence in chief is about asking questions and allowing the witness to give the answer, not the other way around. So I object to this line of questioning.
Advocate, or there is an objection. Can you assist us by doing what your learned friend is requesting you to do? Thank you.
Yes,
Ask
Chairperson.
questions, please.
Just by a way of introduction and a response to the objection, I accept the objection. It's properly made. That is precisely what I was doing. The difficulty we have then, Chairperson, is finishing today. Because then what I'm being called to do is to ask Honorable Geza to go to a particular page, ask him to read what is written there, and then he's going to read a paragraph for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to ask him what does it mean, then he's going to answer, and I'm going to do this 24 times at least. That's way beyond 2 hours. So then, Chair, I would then suggest that we adjourn, we restart this process tomorrow, and then I'll undertake that exercise, which will obviously go beyond 2 hours. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate, yourself and your learned friend, you came with a proposal to us, and we have agreed on that. And now your learned friend is objecting certain objections, which you as a legal guru, you understand each other. Rather than to align yourself with what she's objecting and proceed, because we have already agreed that we are proceeding. So I don't think that it is genuine. It will be genuine for us now to interrupt ourselves. Could you please stick to what your learned friend has said, cross-examine your witness through questions so that we can benefit as the committee, because our interest is to get the views of the witnesses. Thank you.
Chairperson, I empathize readily with your concern. The point is, it is physically impossible to do what you're asking me to do, Chair, with respect. The objection is, I reach a conclusion or I sum up what is in the Hansard. By so doing, and it's properly objected to, by so doing, I'm leading the witness. And I'm saying the agreement came as a result of me assuming that wouldn't be of concern. It clearly is of concern. And I'm saying, in as much as I would try and assist the committee by doing what you're suggesting, I'm saying it is physically impossible rather than a question of I'm unwilling to do it. Because if I want Mr. Geza to confirm what I've just summed up without telling him what is there, he's going to have to read it. And for him to then confirm, he would have had to read what is in the Hansard. And I'm saying there are 20 separate occasions where I would want him to read what is in the Hansard. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I just, I think, be of assistance to the committee?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. My learned friend has now pointed out all the sections in the Hansard which he wants the witness to comment on. It has already happened. So I would then invite him and ask him then to ask the witness questions based on what he has pointed out, but not to suggest inferences and conclusions to the witness. So we can deal with this point immediately. We don't have to have the witness go through every single page. But going forward, I would just like to caution my learned friend to rather ask the witness to give the answer instead of suggesting the answer to him. But as far as this point is concerned, he's already drawn attention to the relevant parts of Hansard. So now the questions must follow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Initiator. Advocate, if we can be assisted along those lines, it will make life easy for all of us.
With respect, Chairperson, I've made reference to some instances. I was in the process of making reference to them when the objection came. I'm not done making references in the Hansard. I was on the 13th point of 75 points. So I'm nowhere near being done with this aspect of my leading of evidence, Chair. So it can't be then that now I have to ask questions having not made reference to the balance of the references I want to make reference to, Chair. Thank you.
Advocate, I thought the two of you will assist this process. And from the first witness, things were smooth. I believe if we can take that route, you may quote those incidents, but at the end of the day, we are expecting you to ask questions so that we can hear the view of the witness, because that's what we are interested in as the committee. Proceed.
Let me understand the chairperson. Is the chairperson then suggesting I'm allowed to read the extract and then put the question? And I must read all these 75 instances I'm referring to. Is that what the chair? I'm just seeking guidance, Chair.
I believe the best way is to proceed quoting where you want to ask questions, and then you ask questions. You may allow your witness to jot down those questions, and then we come back and then he responds to those questions. I think it will assist us, because we can't deprive you to quote those incidents.
Well, then that's what it will be then, Chair. Mr. Keza, could you please go to page 304, 303 of the Hansard.
Going 2, going 3, okay, no comment. Thank you, teacher.
Hey, can you hear me, Mr. Keza?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Are you at page 303?
Yeah.
If you could then read for me what the speaker says, the second last thing she says on that page.
Just let me.
The department is done it. My only concern, maybe not a concern, just to see clarity.
Someone's mic is on. I don't know who's that person who's disrupting us. IT, can you assist us? Someone's background is disturbing.
Just give me a second, advocate. Something is running away from me here. I don't know whether it's due to load shedding or, but in essence, I'm struggling to find that document again, which is quite frustrating. I'm really struggling to get the document. I'm there, but I'm struggling to find the document. Advocate?
Yes, Mr. Gaza.
I must indicate to you that I've struggled to find the document, and if I can get help, because there's only two documents that I'm finding here. Please.
Because I'm told that my attorney has sent you the bundle and the parliament so emailed it to you. So if you can just open those documents, please.
Is it on my parliamentary or on my usual email? Because I'm not seeing it.
Oh, I'm told that it is your work email as well as your personal one.
Yeah, no, I'm yet to receive it. I'm still waiting. As you can
Do you
see,
have network issues where you are?
Yes, I have network issues here. But I don't know what. Yes. No, I find it, Chair. I found it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Whew. Thank you very much.
Oh, I wanted to send you through WhatsApp.
Oh my God. It's a draft again. Then program. And then again, it's a draft. This is amazing. Draft program. Draft. The document is not here. It's hearing document.
Perhaps if it would help, Mr. Gaza, if you could go to your attorney's email address, rather email that she dispatched to you at 11:52 today. Her name is Junaid Jupiter, if it's of any interest to you. Access that particular email, which was dispatched at 11:52. What you'll find, there are two documents. The one is the draft program that you're talking about. The second one, which is a PDF, is labeled 30 August 2022 hearing. I wanted to open that document. That's the one we're dealing with.
We not perhaps proceed with Mr. Paulson in the meantime?
Difficulty is the one's defense is pegged on what happens to the first one.
Is it not possible that you can flag the document so that Honorable Kasa is able to read, and then I believe that can also assist us, because we don't know this issue of network. It's a problem. My suggestion is that IT assist us so that we flag the document. It's going to be quick. And then you will just quote the clause, and then they will flag it, and then you speak to it. our staff members, is that not possible?
Okay. Sorry, I
Yes.
don't know if it's helpful.
Yes,
I, in order to move things forward, I would not at this stage have an objection if my learned friend wishes to just go through the sections himself and then just ask the witness for his comment. I think that will speed things up.
No problem. So let's try to flag the document so that everyone can see.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and I'm grateful to the initiator. It's certainly a very helpful proposition, and I will do that now. Mr. Gaza, while you look for the document, you'll just note the question I'm going to ask you at the end.
Okay.
I'd started by saying that you have been accused, well, the allegation is that you are different from the other MPs who raised a point of order and were not asked to leave despite the ruling of the speaker, because you, unlike the rest of them, raised a point of order after the speaker had made a ruling that there will be no further points of order. And the exercise we had begun is to show that that can't be true, because different members of parliament raised points of order after the speaker had made a ruling, and that's the exercise we're doing. So if you have regard to pages, and this is now the exercise I'm being asked to do, pages 278, 279, 280, 281, 283, 286, 288, and 290 are points of order that have been raised after the speaker made the first ruling. She makes the second ruling, and then there are points of orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll share this spreadsheet actually, if it might help, for exact location of where we make these claims. And then the third time the speaker again says, I will not allow points of order. And then at 304, 305, 309, 309 again, 311, and 312, points of orders are being raised despite the speaker having said no points of order. What's interesting at 312, though, is that for the first time you raise a point of order. About 20 times other people having raised points of order, despite the speaker saying no more points of order. You then raise your first point of order at 312. The speaker does not recognize you. And when I say you raise a point of order, I mean not once, repeatedly in that one instance, and you're not recognized. Then the speaker makes the fourth ruling that she will not take any more points of order. This is now at 314. Immediately after making that ruling, Ungubele MP of the ANC raises a point of order. Interestingly, the speaker accepts the point of order, despite just earlier not taking yours. And then after Kungubele MP has spoken, Malema MP raises a point of order, which again, interestingly, the speaker accepts. And then at 314, Lamula MP of the ANC raises, or rather he speaks without being recognized. He speaks without being recognized. This is at 317. At 318, 320, 321, 3 further points of order are raised. 2 of them are accepted by the speaker. At 328, the speaker makes a 5th ruling that she will not take any more points of order. And this is what is now interesting. At 330, Tambo MP of the EFF raises a point of order. Right after the speaker had said no more points of order, she doesn't allow it. Then another MP from the EFF, Shibambo MP, raises a point of order. She doesn't allow it. For the 3rd time, Kadebe MP of the NC raises a point of order. Immediately following the rejection of the other 2 from the EFF, the speaker allows that point of order. This is at 332. And this is what Kadebe MP says. Well, she directs the speaker as to what she ought to do. You will please ensure that these people who are violating the rules are evicted. A point of order she raises, which the speaker had allowed. And then for the sixth time at 335, the speaker again raises a point of order, or rather closes the points of order. At 337, Malema MP raises a point of order, the speaker allows it. I could go on and on and on. The point is made that it can't be, I will not make a submission. I was 5 to making a submission. The point simply being made is there's this inconsistency. Now let's deal with your particular scenario, the exact same thing that happened leading to your eviction. And here I have to read. So if you can go to 344, and perhaps let me ask this of the initiator quickly, sorry.
I don't have the document.
In the meantime, officials, I have requested something. Can't it be possible for you to flag the presentation so that it's easier for us?
Sorry, Chair, if they can move the presentation towards my left.
Can you please do that so that honorable member can be able to read?
Go to 334. Yeah. Please remove the export on the left, edit PDF, create PDF, because they are closing the, yes. Thank you. 334, please.
So, Mr. Kaza, I will then read from 339, right at the top. There it says, this is the speaker. I am not allowing points of orders. And this was the 6th time as we've established that she had said this. And then at 339, she says, I'm not allowing points of orders. Do you see that?
I see that.
And then you say something after she said that. What did you say? If you can see the screen.
Can I call a point of order on you, Speaker?
In other words, you're raising a point of order at that point.
Yes.
Yes. So you did raise a point of order, is what I'm getting at.
Yes, I did.
And then the speaker speaks. What does she say in response?
The speaker says that because you are using points of orders to distract us from what we are trying to do, even to me, you can write to me and point that.
Now, had at any point the speaker allowed you to speak at that point?
No.
Then how would she have known that you are trying to distract the House?
I wouldn't know. Perhaps it's the issue of discretion that we have heard from Mr. Kaso, that she uses all what did she call it? He called it a courtesy of some kind to then inform what it, because I didn't speak. I was not allowed to speak yet.
Yes. And the speaker would not have known what you're going to say.
Wouldn't have known at all, even if she was a fortune teller.
And then you go to the next line. What do you say?
Do not be
What
agitated, Speaker, as the presiding officer.
And what does the speaker say?
I have no choice if your people are screaming.
No, just hold on. So who is your people?
I assume that he's insinuating that because I'm coming from the EFF as a member of, as an individual member, she means that your people, the EFF.
So, I mean, obviously, in the same way you're saying the speaker is not a fortune teller, neither are you. So you're speculating as to what it is that she would have been thinking. So it's a speculation rather than a fact.
No, it's not a fact, it's a speculation. I should think that he would mean that I'm coming from the EFF and I'm there and I'm wearing red. So he thinks that he would say that your people, which means
yes,
us in the collective rather than me.
I see. So as you understand it, the speaker did not allow you to speak simply because you belong to the EFF.
Yes.
Let's go to the next line. And you're saying prior to this point.
Sorry.
Initiator?
Just repeat. Sorry, Chair, can my learned friend just repeat that, please?
The question I was asking you, you were saying, Mr. Kleza, that the speaker said, I have no choice if your people are screaming. And you're saying you understand the speaker to be saying, you people of the EFF, is that so?
Yes, but you are leading the witness. You are...
I am summarizing the testimony. Mr. Kleza's version was, just hold on, Mr. Kleza, if I can clarify.
And the second leg.
If there is an objection, I request that you listen to the initiator. It will assist us and then you will respond after.
Please. But Chairperson, shouldn't the initiator speak through you? Because that will make this hearing easier and that would avoid dialogue. Shouldn't they speak through you? You are the chairperson, Mus.
Initiator.
Thank you, Chair. The objection that I raise is that I do not want my learned friend to lead the witness to the extent where he puts words in the mouth of the witness, where he suggests answers to the witness. And also, the second leg of my objection is, how can the witness fairly and appropriately draw a conclusion as to what the speaker meant when she said those words? No one can say that but her.
Thank you, Initiator. Advocate, I believe we'll proceed, but try to ask questions because the committee is also interested to hear the views of the witness.
Speaker,
Can we proceed?
I put no words in no one's mouth with respect, Speaker. It was the answer from Mr. Kleza himself. He himself gave the answer. And I'm saying I'm building up on what he himself has said. And all I'm doing with the question of who was the speaker talking about, I don't know whether Mr. Kleza knows or not. I therefore have to ask him the question. And after he speculated, I then said, well, then don't state it as a fact. State it as a speculation because you're speculating. That is all I'm simply doing. Mr. Gaza,
I'm here, advocate.
you then say, let's start this exercise again. Read for me what the speaker says right at the top. Let's start again. Let's go back to the top of 339.
The speaker says I'm not allowing points of orders.
And what do you say?
Can I call a point of order on you, speaker?
Then what does the speaker say?
Because you are using points of orders to distract us from what we are trying to do. Even to me, you can write to me and point that.
What does the speaker mean by that? Who is she referring to?
She's referring to the House. She wants to proceed with the business.
Yes, and then what do you say in response?
I say, do not be agitated, speaker, as a presiding officer.
And then what does the speaker say?
I have no choice if your people are screaming.
Who are your people?
I assume that because perhaps he sees my wearing of the red overall and where I'm seated, he means that your people being the EFF.
Yes. And then what do you say in response?
You cannot be agitated.
Now then let's go to page 344. Can you read what Mr. Shibambo says?
I don't know. Okay. Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
And what does the speaker say?
Mute your masks. I beg your pardon. Your microphones, please, to all of you. Honorable Mtenjana, no member may in any manner whatsoever physically intervene in, prevent or obstruct, and that is what you did, Honorable Mtenjana.
And let's go to page 345. After the speaker says, Sergeant at Arms, please remove Honorable Ntenjan. Honorable Malema MP says, Speaker, do you see that?
Yes.
Then the speaker responds, Honorable Malema, I'm not entertaining any points of order now because points of order have been used to disrupt us. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Malema MP says, I want to appeal to you to calm down, please.
Yes, I see that.
And you see that exchange?
Yes.
And the speaker responds, thank you very much, Honorable Malema. I'm calming down. Honorable Mtenjane, I will not allow you. No. Sergeant at Arms, you are taking long to report back. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Now, this is where you then come into play. I will not be saying there, but ultimately, I've been wanting not to do this. We get into a point where you now become involved and a role player in this whole scenario.
Yes.
No, it just came from You can just take us back to 339. 339 would have been where the conversation starts, which is the discussion we're having. And then you go to 340. I'll read what you said at 340. If you could just pay attention to it. You say, he must respond to the issues pertaining to the abuse and the abduction of women in Phala Phala farm. That is what is at stake. That is what is at the center of what he should be responding to, because in a country like this, we cannot, when women are being killed and then you are inaudible. And the president does that as the first citizen of the country, and you are saying to us, he must not be held accountable. Then the speaker responds, Honorable Ceza, who has recognized you? Honorable Ceza, will you please leave the house? Honorable Ceza, will you please leave the house? Do you recall that happening?
I recall that very vividly.
And then what does Honorable Malema say?
He says that, Speaker, you did not warn him. You did not warn him like you did with Shibambu. Honorable Speaker, please warn him the same way you warned Honorable Shibambu. Please warn him. You did not warn him, Speaker.
Yes. And what did you understand? Give a comment to what Honorable Malema is saying there. If you have a comment to what he's saying.
Yes, my understanding of what Honorable Malema MP is saying there, that there has been a dispensation of speakers that have been speaking throughout since 41 minutes of the sitting, and up to thus far, I have not been allowed to speak. Many of these members of parliament have been allowed to speak even when they were not recognized, including Minister Lamola. And there's nothing that happened to him, even though he was then called to order and was asked to refrain from what he did. I'm saying that because at the beginning, I actually called for the attention of the speaker. Before that happened, before all those speakers were speaking, that dispensation of speakers that were allowed to speak. And throughout, I've been calling the attention of the speaker. And when I am doing, I am speaking, as indicated above, in the same manner that Honorable Lamola is speaking, I am not. I'm evicted from the house. I'm ejected from the house, and I think that is unfair applications of the rules, because you can't shortcut and have a plethora of chances that you are giving to members selectively, and then when it comes to me, and then you then apply a rule that says that you should go out of the house. And I think that, and I respectfully sat down at that point, because my understanding was that there was someone on the floor and trying to make a point about me having to be warned before I get an opportunity to be warned, before that decision, that determination is made by the speaker.
Let me pause you there. Let me pause you there, because I think you're going to where I want to take you now. You're saying there's someone who was on the floor trying to suggest to the speaker that you need to be warned first, as she has with other men.
You did not warn him, Speaker.
Okay. You're saying this happened when? When was on Malema MP making that statement?
He was making that statement at a point where the sergeant at arms had come to me and told me to get out of the house, and I had, at that point I stood up. I stood up before Honorable Malema MP actually commented, and me sitting down was to listen on the engagement that then pertained to my warning before I was evicted.
Just hold on. Just hold on. I'm happy with that answer. And then Malema MP is making that statement afterwards. What happens? So under the text of Malema MP at 341, I wanted to show where the speaker speaks, called the Parliamentary Protection Services Unit. If you can just take me there, please. 341. So what came before that are various appeals by Malema MP to warn yourself before you are evicted. And the speaker then says something there. That last sentence, read for me what the speaker is saying.
All the Parliamentary Protection Service Unit, PPS.
And after she says that, what happens?
Honorable J.S. Malema says to the speaker, at least warn him.
Are those things happening simultaneously, in other words, at the same time? I.e. the speaker saying call parliamentary services and Malema persisting that you be warned.
There was a persistent engagement between the two, the speaker and Honorable J.S. Malema MP.
Yes. So then let me ask you this. When you are being told to leave the house, why did you not leave the house?
Advocate, I did not leave the house because there was an engagement that ensued between Malema MP and the speaker pertaining to myself being warned before I just like other members, so that I can be treated equally in the house. That at least I must be warned, just like Honorable Shibam. So that engagement was happening. It was not because there was resistance. It was because I had to listen to the engagement. What is the determination that's going to be taken by the speaker pertaining to my warning?
Thank you, Mr. Gbeza. I have no further questions, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate. I gave you ample time to proceed because there have been some disruption. But to the next one, I will stick to the timing, but I'm happy you are done. I will now invite the initiator to do cross-examination questions to Honorable Cesar. Over to you, initiator.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, hopefully I'll be quick. Mr. Keza, and respectfully, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Can we start with the very last issue that was raised by your advocate? Your answer was, I did not leave the house because there was engagement between the speaker and Mr. Malema. I had to listen and wait for a determination. So if we could just pause there. Where was the engagement? Let's look at page 340 and 341.
342, please. Presentation.
340 and 341, if we could call up those two pages, please. Let's go a little bit down, please. If we could just stop there. Yes. So, Mr. Keza, where is this engagement between the speaker and Mr. Malema that you talk about?
If I can just come in there, Chair, my apologies. The difficulty with the question is more of a practical concern rather than the argument itself. Mr. Gaza unfortunately does not have the benefit of this document in front of him. So if he's directed to a page that does not reflect the question that's being tested, then you can't tell you where it appears because you can't page there and show the initiator where it appears. That's the practical difficulty I have.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. He can see this page, can he not?
That he can.
Yes,
And
I'm only going to focus on 340 and 341.
The point I simply make, Chairperson, is that there is engagement outside of 340 and 341 between Mr. Malema as well as the Speaker. It could well be
Sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, may I speak?
Yeah, you may speak.
Yes, sorry, Madam Chair. It's not appropriate for my learned friend to interrupt because his witness is now under cross-examination. And the answers that he is giving when he is engaging with me is suggestive of the answers that may be elicited during cross-examination. It's highly inappropriate for my learned friend to be doing that. I must be permitted to cross-examine the witness now.
Advocate, can we allow the initiator to cross-examine the witness so that members of the portfolio committee can also benefit? And you advised me that you are the chairperson why the initiator is speaking without your authority, but that's what you are doing. So I will request that we respect the decorum of the House by respecting the chairperson. I'm also respecting you. I'm being patient. I'm giving you ample time so that at the end of the day, I don't want to be seen as if I was biased. So if you may proceed along those lines, Advocate, it will assist. I'm not saying that do not object, but let us do it in a professional way as you have advised me. Over to you, Initiate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Keza, let's look at page 340. Where is this engagement between Mr. Malema and the speaker that you speak of in your evidence in chief? Where on page 340?
Right below there, where Malema MP calls the speaker, you did not warn him. You did not warn him. That page, underneath the speaker, then is Honorable J. Malem.
I see that, Mr. Keza, but you used the word engagement. That is a very distinct meaning, engagement. What I see here is that Mr. Malema raised an objection to the speaker. You did not warn him, speaker, like you did with Shavambu. Then the speaker says, Honorable Keza, because she is speaking to you, she has asked you to leave the House. She is not engaging Mr. Malema at this stage. That is what I see here. Do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I do have a comment on that. The first comment that I want to tell you, you are at a very advantageous place, initiator yourself. You speak English like it's second nature, right? If I said engagement, I can say that in Xhosa now. Bebethetha. Phakathi kwabo bebethetha. If I say that in Xhosa, it would be something else. So the intolerance that is shown in terms of what I said, in terms of the right word, you would have to refer that to my legal team there, right? Because I'm not a lawyer myself.
So
you'd have
Mr.
to have those things
Keza,
of the right wording to the lawyers there. If you want
So,
to flex muscles.
Mr. Keza, so my junior that is assisting me is Kosa speaking. So she's listened to you very carefully now. And she has told me that the word that you have used in Kosa means they are speaking together.
Chairperson, I'm going to ask.
So no, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Treza is under cross-examination. I must be allowed to continue my cross-examination. My learned friend will have an opportunity in re-examination to question his witness.
But he's speaking to the
She's correct.
chairperson.
She's correct.
He's speaking to the chairperson.
She's
allow
correct.
the chairperson to chair.
The chairperson, if I may.
Initiate.
Chairperson.
This one.
Through you, Chair. I'm prepared.
Advocate, what are you saying?
I'm more than prepared to sit here and take your rulings in the spirit of continuing, and I've been doing so all along. There are innumerable instances where I was spoken over by the initiator. You did not rule against that, and I permitted it. I was raising a point with you previously. There was an interjection by the initiator. You did not stop it. And she makes her own rulings in your presence about what needs to happen, as she's trying to do right now without your intervention. I am raising an objection. I'm being told I cannot raise an objection, not through your ruling, through her decision. And this has been persistent, and I'm happy to sit right through it if you allow it. All I'm simply saying, Chair, there is no provision that says you cannot raise an objection to cross-examination. She has done so herself today. And you did not suggest that she's not allowed to do it. Now she's inviting you to make a ruling about conduct, which is no different from her conduct when my client was on the stand earlier on, as well as Mr. Klaso yesterday. Chair, there's no reason why I cannot raise an objection to a line of questioning. There's no such a principle that I can't raise it. What we're having now, Chairperson, is, if you will, a witness who's her own junior giving you an interpretation of what is happening, and that is presented as evidence in this committee. The subjective interpretation of Uteta from her junior must decide the day of what the word means. No engagement whatsoever on our part as to how we understand the word. And on the basis of that, we must proceed. I'm going to invite you to make a ruling, Chair, and I can let you know now, this is not the last time I'm going to raise an objection if I see it fit. And if you make a ruling that I shouldn't, I'll be happy to comply. But certainly, I will raise the objections as and when I deem fit. And I'm asking you for your ruling on this issue of the interpretation of the word.
Advocate, I think on that one, on the issue of the interpretation of the word, we may hang it, and then because you have got an opportunity again to cross-examine your witness, is there where you will outline your issues, and at any stage where I will object that you make some objections as well as they are in line with the law, but the two of you must assist the committee by following the correct procedure. What she is doing, your objections should be based on the behavior. Like now you are sticking to the issue of the interpretation of the word, which I may not make a ruling on it, but to cross-examine the witness, she must be allowed to do so. Unless she's not putting questions, you've got that right as the defender too can object. So I think along those ways, we may proceed with the cross-examination. Initiator, over to you.
If I may respond to that, Chair, thank you for your ruling. I respect it, and I just place it on record that I object to it in principle. Thank you, Chair.
No problem, Advocate. Thank you. Initiator, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair. May I, through you, and I don't know if this would also be helpful to or assuage my learned friend of the issue, could I perhaps ask the chairperson to then ask the witness what he meant, and then to convey that in English to the hearing. May I ask the chair to do that, please?
Honorable Kaiser, can you try to explain it in English? Since here we've got a difficulty of the language, and of which I'm also not disputing what you are saying. That is right, just to clear that misunderstanding. Thank you.
No,
For
thank
the
you very much.
benefit of the members of the committee. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We must not be started on those things and opening wounds of apartheid and all other segregationist things that were done to us. But I mean that there was an engagement between the Speaker herself and Honorable Julius Malema. In terms of the warning, it's on record there, Chair. I'm looking at it. He says that you did not warn him. You did not warn him like you did with Shivamp. Speaker warned him like you, the same way you warned Shivamp. I don't know. I'm reading this, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity. Initiator, I believe it has been clarified in another language. If you are fine, let's proceed with our cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Trezer, so I think we are done with page 341. Just to put it to you that there was no engagement between Mr. Malema and the Speaker on the issue of the warning. The Speaker had ruled that you must leave. She did not even recognize Mr. Malema, and she persisted with her ruling that you must leave. So there was no engagement that you had to remain in the house for. I say the same about page 342. Again, when I look at page 342, if we can just call it up for the witness, please. Is this 342? Thank you. At no stage here on page 342 or 343 did the Speaker even acknowledge or recognize Mr. Malema. She didn't speak with him. She didn't give him a hearing. She didn't recognize him. She persisted that you must leave. So when you say that you respectfully sat down at this stage because there was someone on the floor to say that you must first be warned, and that you did not leave the house because there was this engagement between the Speaker and Mr. Malema, where you first had to listen and where you had to wait for a determination. Mr. Trezer, with respect to you, that's clearly wrong.
It's a matter of opinion.
That is simply incorrect.
As a matter of perception, depending on what narrative are you chasing here. You know, Chair, at that point, I'm referring to the point at which the Commander-in-Chief spoke to the Speaker pertaining to my eviction, or sorry, wrong word again, pertaining to myself being kicked out from Parliament. So I'm referring to that moment in terms of what you have asked me.
Okay. So, Mr. Trezer, you mentioned the words Commander-in-Chief. I assume that you are talking about Mr. Malema.
You know he is.
You know he is a commander-in-chief, most. Why? Okay, no, it's fine. Let's hear what you want to say next.
Okay. So,
again, must not be brought to these things again.
my apologies, I didn't hear that. Mr. Treza, I didn't hear that.
I'm saying that you know that the commander-in-chief in the economic freedom fighters is President Julius Silo Malem. That's what I'm saying.
I hear what you say, Mr. Treza. I respect what you say, but that is your interpretation. I just wanted to be clear about it. I just wanted to be clear about it, because when one speaks of commander-in-chief, other people may say that that is the president. Be that as it may, let's move on. Number 340.
I don't know why you are doing that thing. Sorry, Chair. What is the relevance of that particular comment?
I will tell you now what the relevance is, the point that I seek to make. Will you allow me? Treza, can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
I'm assuming that he's online.
Yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
Oh, did he? I didn't hear that. My apologies. So it seems to me that you rather listened to Mr. Malema first than listening to the speaker and respecting the authority of the speaker. So you rather respect the authority of your commander-in-chief in the National Assembly. Isn't that what this is all about?
No, it's not about that. Remember that I said that I had called for the speaker's attention at the beginning at 41 minutes. All that time, there was a dispensation of speakers that were allowed. The ones that spoke and the ones that were recognized and the ones that were not recognized. It's on record. So that's what I've been saying here, that the actual thing now, it emanates from that. I don't know what it is.
Yes. So if one goes,
I'm not chair. I'm not in parliament because it was the speaker who had an authority to call out members of parliament. So as much as I respect and salute the commander-in-chief in terms of the body politic of South Africa, changing the body politic of South Africa, I really displayed that I refrained in the House in the first instance when I called the attention of the speaker, which is respectful enough.
Mr. Treza, ultimately, you disrespected the authority of the speaker and you defied her authority when one looks at page 340, because she did not recognize you. You spoke on your own and raised the issue of the Pala form. The speaker then responds, Honorable Treza, who has recognized you? Honorable Treza, will you please leave the House? So, without being recognized, you raise a point that she has already determined, or at least the order of questions previously. So, you're disrespecting her. You defied her.
Okay. A point of order, Chairperson.
Advocate.
It's in Ndlozi, Chair.
I'm not allowing point of orders here. We have got the team has got their legal defender. So I'm not allowing that with due respect, Honorable Ndlozi.
Okay, Chairperson, could you then allow the assist us, because the current process
I'm
of
ruling out
examination
that
is
I'm not
completely
allowing.
is leading the witness.
I'm not allowing you. We have
Okay.
they've got their legal.
We'll speak
rep
later.
here.
All right. All right.
Yeah, they've got their legal rep here who are here to champion everything, Honorable Ndlozi. If you want me to take that route, you will also be misleading the chairperson. So with due respect, I'm not allowing you to do that. Thank you.
Aye, that's fine, Chair.
Initiator, you may proceed with your cross-examining.
Thank you, Chair. And then just to finish off, Mr. Keza, when one goes to your charge sheet or the notice at page 248 of the bundle.
148.
Yes, charge one, so my apologies, charge one, which starts at the bottom of 247, alleges that you contravened section 7A and B of the Act, read together with National Assembly Rules 69A, C, and F. So, if you could just permit me. (69A) speaks of gross disorderly conduct, where a member deliberately creates serious disorder or disruption. C, repeatedly undermine the authority of the presiding officer, or repeatedly refuse to obey rulings of the presiding officer, or repeatedly disrespects or interrupts the presiding officer while the latter is addressing the House. And then F, acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, or orderly procedure of the House. So I must, just to conclude that point, I just have one more point to make, that it is clear from the video evidence and from the Hansard transcript that you contravened those rules, in that you blatantly disrespected and defied the authority of the Speaker. Do you have a comment on that?
No thinking person or sane person can negligently ignore the authority of the Speaker. At that point that you are referring to, I am listening to Malema MP engaging the Speaker on whether I should be warned in the same way that other honorable members were warned. And I'm doing so because in respect of the fact that I am looking for a determination on whether I will be warned, given the fact that a lot of people, that dispensation of people that are allowed to speak, even when they were not allowed to speak, are allowed and are not kicked out of the House. So I can't be acting negligently, deliberately, surely, because you can see there in the videos that at one point I stood up immediately after the Speaker said so, but because there was then an issue of warning, then I sat down.
Yes. So then that is now charge one. I've put it to you and I've told you why. I think that you are guilty of that charge. You've commented on that. So then there's a second charge. And the second charge is that you did not raise a point of order in terms of Rule 92.1, but persisted to speak while the Speaker addressed the House and disrupted proceedings. This is what I want to focus on now for your comment. When ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70, for disregarding the authority of the chair, you refused to leave, having been ordered to do so by the presiding officer, and the presiding officer was compelled to instruct the sergeant at arms to remove you. You also then refused the sergeant at arms, which then compelled the speaker, and Mr. Kaiser, this is all on the video and in the handset, you were duly removed by the Parliamentary Protection Services. Now, the issue of pala, you raised that without being recognized. It's on page 340 or 341 on top. Now, the issue of pala was raised and dealt with previously and earlier on in the proceedings. Ms. Matulelwa raised the issue of pala for the first time, and the speaker addressed her on it. Actually, she addressed the House on it. Then Mr. Shivambu raises it again without even being recognized. The speaker again reprimands him and says that they are busy with the first question in the order paper, which was migration. Mr. Shivambu doesn't listen, and he raises it again on page 338. I'm giving, just for purposes of the committee and your council, I'm giving the page numbers. Then, Mr. Kaiser, you raise it again for the fourth time. Not you for the fourth time, but members of the EFF raise it again for the fourth time. And you do so without being recognized. And when the speaker has already said that that is not the order of the questions, that everybody will get an opportunity to deal with pala. Despite all of that, and unrecognized, you defied the speaker, you disrespected her authority, raised it again, which then compelled her to ask you to leave the House, which in my view, she correctly did. So in relation to charge 2, when ordered to leave the chamber in terms of Rule 70, it was for disregarding the authority of the chair. That is why she asked you to leave. What do you say to that?
If I can come in, Chair, before Mr. Kaiser responds, and I'm going to ask for your ruling yet again, Chairperson.
Yes, advocate.
I did the exact exercise that the initiator has just undertaken now, to which she objected. I would read to myself and then put it as fact to the witness. She is making references to factual claims that have occurred, and without inviting the witness to confirm whether he knows of the fact or not, she poses a question to him that puts him in a position where he's to answer for something he does not know. If there's a claim of what happened, then we must be satisfied, all of us, that it in fact happened. That's exactly what was being objected against earlier on. And it can't be we move on the basis of none of us knows whether this is true or not, and the witness is asked to answer to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate. What is interesting, the two of you, you are making life difficult for the chairperson, and I'm happy that you are referring to your good self. That is what you were doing. So can we agree, my legal gurus, both of you, that we proceed with this proceeding along with the rules and the laws of the House? Initiator, please ask questions as the advocate is referring to, so that the witness will be able to answer the question before him. I think that will also assist us. Thank you.
Let me try and, thank you, Chair. Let me try and condense it and simplify it. Chair, and you will obviously recall, and I'm also addressing the committee, that Mr. Castle also testified to the issue of pala, how it was raised in the House, and how the Speaker dealt with it. So this is not a new issue that I'm cross-examining. But in order to facilitate the issue, let me try and condense it. Mr. Keza, you raised the issue of Pala Pala. You did so while the speaker did not recognize you. Is that correct?
I raised that issue as part of a series of speakers wherein I was not recognized in the first place to speak, meaning that I could have raised that issue earlier on if I was recognized to speak. The least the speaker should have done is to ask the president not to take a decision to dismiss me. That's my answer to that.
Okay, I will leave it at that because your answer doesn't make sense. Even the speaker on page 340.
It doesn't make sense either.
342 tells you that she did not recognize you. It was on that basis that charge 2 is formulated in the manner that it has been. You disregarded her authority. You refused to leave when she ordered you to do so. And that was a contravention of another rule. When you refused the sergeant at arms, that was a contravention of a further rule, which compelled the speaker then to call the Parliamentary Protection Services to have you removed. So I'm putting it to you that your defiance and your disrespect of the speaker and the House did not stop at the issue of Pala Pala. That will be my last question to the witness.
You want me to answer?
Yes.
You want me to give you a response?
Professor? It's your right to respond.
Yes. I just want to say to you that there is no defiance that I intentionally or deliberately made. I've said that to you. You know, no sane person can do that unless you are now putting words in my mouth that are different from what I was saying. I was saying that to you. I respected the Speaker of the House. Earlier on, I sat down, and I even sat down at a point where there was engagement in terms of whether I should be warned or not. So I don't know if that constitutes Chairperson a disrespect or defiance. What kind of defiance is that? But I'll leave it to her opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was my cross-examination.
Thank you, Honorable Sir and Initiator. I will now invite honorable members to ask clarity-seeking question to Honorable Stress. Over to you, honorable members.
Mfesane Ka-Siboto, Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The hands are up, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mfesane. You may start.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Good evening, Honorable Kaiser.
Excuse me, Chair. My apologies, Honorable Member. I didn't hear my name being counted.
Come again?
I apologize, Chairperson. I didn't hear you count my name in the line of speakers. Please include me. My apologies.
All right, Honorable Ndlozi. I will count you. Proceed, Honorable Ndlozi.
Thanks. I was still passing greetings to Honorable Teza, trust that you are fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can proceed. Honorable Member.
No, thanks. Perhaps, Chairperson, before getting into this one, just for records, the advocate didn't capture the word which I used before. Instead of saying veered, he said reared. It's veered, meaning ngesixhosa ukujika, turning around. But then that was just for noting. It's only two questions, Honorable Teza. Is there a particular rule which demands that a member should be warned when disrupting proceedings of the House? I will, as I did before, put even the second one in one bag. The second one is, what is your understanding of defiance and contempt in the context of this hearing? I'm asking this so that we could be clarified going forward as to whether there was defiance, there was contempt, and so on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenza. Honorable Lakude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Teza. Is the Honorable Member on the platform?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Teza, in your own understanding of the National Assembly rules, why didn't you take the recourse that is available for members if they are not satisfied with the rulings of the Speaker? That's one. Two, which rule in the National Assembly rules that says members can ignore the sequence of the questions of the day and jump to the question that they prefer to ask? Because in my own understanding of the rules, questions are in sequence and we start from question 1 up to the last question. What made you jump to question 5 instead of following the sequence that is always being followed? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Lakude. Who's next? Is it Honorable Kaba?
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I think my two questions, Honorable President. My two questions, Chair, is like Honorable Kaiser, as a sworn member of Parliament, do we have in a house, maybe, what speaker do we have in a house? Do we have one speaker in a house, or perhaps there could be other speaker which may be listened to? I'm asking this on a basis of when the house is in session and once the speaker has given an order, could we really have invite to any other speaker on a basis of engagement? That's the first question, Chair. My second question will be to say, as members of Parliament in the House, are we allowed to have representatives talking on behalf of us on any other matter with the speaker before I could exercise an instruction order given. I just want to get those two clarity seeking questions from Honorable Gaza. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Dr. Ndlozi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My first question is, you spoke about engagement earlier on. Is listening not part of participating in a conversation or engagement? And didn't the speaker listen to what Mr. Mawalama was saying at the time you were thinking of sitting down? And did the speaker, in your opinion, not respond to Mr. Malema because earlier she had said she's not going to entertain point of orders from members of the EFF or something to that effect? Finally, does Parliament not recognize party leaders or whips of opposition parties as part of the Parliament structure? Does it not respect constitutions of political parties or their admissions as official political parties as the IEC does? To which you have, as an ordinary member, have to recognize the directive, the guidance of your whips or your party leader. Isn't that part of the organizational structure and culture of Parliament? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ndlozi. Do we have other hands? Please. Do we still
Yes,
have other hands?
we have Dr. Tlape. Dr. Tlape's hand is up.
Okay, Honorable Dr. Tlape, the stage is yours.
No, thank you, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. Honorable Kaza, 2 or 3 questions for you. Earlier on, it was indicated that you were treated differently in terms of raising point of orders. I just want to get it from you. If the speaker has got the authority to determine when to take or not to take point of orders, and I'm based this on the many cases that the advocate has indicated that she would say, I have closed for point of orders, and then she will go back and take one from Honorable Malema or Honorable Shibam. Does she have the authority to determine when or not to take a point of order? You speculate that she could mean the EFF members when she spoke or when she said your people. Were the EFF members disruptive at that point? Because if she's saying your people are distracting me, were they destructive at that point for you to speculate that she could be referring to the EFF as your people at that point? My last point is that, no, I just want to also find out from you if it's procedural to have to speak after the speaker is saying she does not take point of orders. Because on that mini dialogue that you had with the speaker, even calling a point of order on her, she has said initially, I'm not going to take point of order. Is that procedural? That she says that and you insist on taking, and she goes on even to have a dialogue with you until she says, but your people are distracting me. My last point, Chair, you are comparing yourself with Honorable Lamola at some stage that he also stood up and raised. Did he speak unrecognized? Or did he have a dialogue with the speaker? Or did he, as and when he was reprimanded, manage to sit down and remain calm? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Tlape. Do you still have any other hands?
There are no more hands, Chair, now.
Thank you. I will now invite Honorable Ceze to respond to those questions. Over to you, Honorable.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the last speaker so that I can go up like that. Sometimes we do that there in the Eastern Cape to start things from the tail. I want to respond to this issue of speculation. My people, as said, your people by the speaker. I was the only one that the speaker was referring to there in Parliament. And my people in Parliament are the EFF. So that question does not arise. That which people were they disruptive at that point or not doesn't arise, because it goes without saying, my people are the EFF. I'm there because of the EFF, and the people who voted for the EFF in large numbers and were still going to vote for it in 2024 to usher in economic freedom in our lifetime. And the authority of the speaker is unquestioned, Dr. Tlhape. I'm going to repeat myself all the time, because I'd said that there are many instances where I demonstrated the restraint in terms of what the speaker said, or even when she ignored me earlier on. So I'm not going to repeat myself on that. I think that is on record. In terms of the recourse, Dr. Dlakude, look, the recourse depends on the rules. The legal team will explain those rules, because look, I'm here on the facts pertaining to the evidence brought in front of this committee, and I'm not a qualified lawyer myself. Yes, I'm an activist, but certainly not a lawyer. And then, Dr. Ndlozi, you are correct. There is, as an ordinary member of parliament or a junior member of parliament, we adhere to the principles of our caucuses of parliament and our whips in terms of communicating whatever it is that we must do. And in that process, whips, I think there's a whippery that sits in parliament where they sit and deliberate on the program of parliament too. So in that process, I'm sure parliament recognizes the people that it meets, and as such, organization structures of parliament. And listening is part of what pertains to what occurred at that point when Malema MP called out the MP, the speaker, I'm sorry, Chair, to warn me. And we don't have other speakers. There's one speaker, and then there's deputy speaker, and then there's chairpersons of the. That's my understanding of the structure of parliament in terms of what you are asking. Mr. Mlenzana, you spoke about the particular rule pertaining to warning. Again, I will refer you to my representatives, honorable member. You can go to Google now. Google will tell you that defiance is open resistance, bold disobedience. And I did none of those things. I actually ventilated what I would have ventilated earlier on if I was considered. And I think that not being considered is part of it being that the speaker could not on the day recognize me. Those are my answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable members, do you have any follow-up questions? No hands. Thank you. I will now invite Advocate Ka-Siboto to re-examine his witness. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have 4 or 5 references I just want to draw Mr. Beza's attention to. I'll just place it on record. I'll read what appears there, and I'll take comfort that the initiator will do so as well. So if I misrepresent, he can stop me at any point. The question that was, the proposition that was put to you, Mr. Beza, is that you spoke without being recognized, and that is the difference between you and everyone else. If you have regard to page 280 of the Hansard,
280.
you will find there. No, you don't have to go there, because then you're going to have problems with how we flight the Hansard. You can just listen to what I'm saying and you'll give me a comment. And I'm saying the background to this question is that the reason you are different from other MPs, which is why you were asked to leave and not the other ones, is that you were not given an opportunity to speak. Now I'm drawing your attention to page 280. And what you see at the top of page 280 is Malema MP speaking. He says, but this is nonsense that we speak. You tell us, you throw us out. What do you mean by that? It is nonsensical. This is nonsense. It is nonsensical, full stop. And this is what happens afterwards, which is the relevant part. Gela MP, who I understand is an ANC member, then speaks. They are all nonsense, Malema. They are also nonsense. Don't abuse our speaker like that, Malema. And then only after that does the speaker speak. Now, in light of the fact that the allegation is that only you spoke without being recognized, and in light of what I've just read to you, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. It's being treated unfairly to drive a particular narrative. And it also says that it is selective in how it listens to the Hansard of honorable members who clearly showed that they were not recognized but spoke. But because you...
Thank you. I accept your answer. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm being rude. I know I am. I'm just limited for time. I'm happy with the answer you've given me, and it's one I was looking for. If you can then go to 286. There you see the speaker speaking. Thank you, Honorable Malema. And she goes on and on and on. And then Malema MP then says, and the report of the abuse of our females as a question. You then see the speaker attempting to speak. Now the speaker wants to address Mr. Malema. She says the issue is, as she's speaking, there's an interruption there. I'm told that it is the Deputy Chief Whip of the majority party, which is obviously the ANC. In fact, that's what the Hansard itself says. As the speaker is about to address Mr. Malema, she interrupts the speaker and she says, I have a right to speak as a member of this parliament. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. According to our rules, today's business is about questions to the President because the House and so on she goes. The point again there is, well, I don't want to tell you what the point is. In light of the discussion that we're having, what you see there, well, what I've read to you, do you have a comment?
Again, Advocate, it displays a particular narrative that says that certain people have a right to speak in Parliament, and as and when they want to do so. Rule 92 says that members of Parliament can raise a point of order at any time, in any part of the sitting. That's all. That's all from me.
Thank you. Let's then go to page 299. Yes, I'm building up to it. What you see at 299 is Khatebe MP. He speaks, and then he's got issues that he wants to address with the speaker, points of order specifically. And the speaker says absolutely nothing. You see what follows after Mr. Khatebe has spoken. The Minister of Social Development, and I understand that to be Honorable Zulu, who's also an ANC member. She says, without anything coming in between the last point of order by Khatebe MP, addressing the speaker and expecting the speaker to make a ruling, Honorable Zulu comes in and then she says, Honorable Speaker, on a point of order, I rise according in terms of Rule 64. And then she actually raises her point of order. She is allowed to speak. 301, please. Yes. Yes. So without being, well, we don't see the speaker engaging or speaking before Honorable Zulu after Honorable Dlamini has spoken. She says, I rise in accordance with Rule 64. Isicelo nje somlomo ukuthi, and then there are translations given. Isicelo nje ukuthi sifuna abantu ukubezwa kodwa uma bafuna ukuthi sibezwe kodwa singabalaleli, and then there's a translation and on she goes. No interruption, and there is no engagement with the speaker before she speaks. Do you have a comment?
My only comment in one word is the unfairness of the application of the rules.
Let's go to 317. You see the minister, well, there's Malema MP who speaks first at 317. And then you find, again, without anything coming in between, the Minister of Justice and Correctional Development, I understand that to be Mr. Lamula MP. And he says, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Malema is misleading the House that he has never been to a street bash. Firstly, does this comment relate to the 6 golden questions that we're told that the engagement was about, that the sitting was about?
It does not. It talks about street bashes, totally outside what the questions were set out for.
So this comment has nothing to do what the sitting was for or was about?
Yes.
The second thing I want to ask you is, in line with what we've been speaking about, the unfairness you're talking about, we see Malema MP speaks, and then immediately after he's spoken, Minister Lamula then raises his point. Do you have a comment on that?
Again, you find that Honorable Lamola is allowed to speak while not recognized.
Last question I want to ask you. The questions that were put to you and the proposition that was put to you, you were called defiant, disrespectful, having no regard for the authority of the speaker. You spoke without being recognized, And that is how you're different from the other MPs, which is why then it was justified that you're kicked out of the House. In light of these references I've given you in respect of Gela MP, Hlagude MP, Honorable Zulu MP, and Malamula MP, in light of what I'm saying you've been accused of, and in light of the reference that I've given you, do you have a comment?
I do have a comment. They could have those aspersions that were casted against me, that I'm defiant, I'm all that, could have easily been given to the members that were given a chance to speak when they were not recognized by the speaker, because during the whole process, I had displayed restraint. I refrained from time to time up until that moment when the speaker asked actually who is calling the speaker, and then I spoke on Palapala, and I was kicked out of the House, and my understanding is that we can't treat members of Parliament from a point of view of where they are coming from, be it ideologically, be it from the party they are coming from, or whatever they are. They must be treated equally. If I had called the attention of the speaker earlier on, I would have said that which I said at the latter part.
Thank you so much, Honorable Gaza. I have no further questions for this for the MP chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate, and thank you, Honorable Gaza. We are proceeding, Honorable members. According to our agreement, is that we are proceeding. We are proceeding with the last speaker. I will now invite Advocate Ka-Siboto to call his witness.
Chairperson, we've been having a quick conversation between myself and the initiator. Can I please ask for we've agreed that we could please have a 5-minute adjournment, just a comfort break, and we're asking that we'll be back at 6.
What time now? Honorable members, as requested by our legal gurus, can we break for 5 minutes? We'll be back. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Very.
Those who are sleeping on Zoom.
Chairperson, we've reconvened. If you're happy for us to
Recording
resume.
in progress.
Cool.
Thank you, Advocate. As indicated earlier on, I'll request you that you call the witness.
Thank you, Chairperson. I call my third client, the third charge person in these proceedings, Mfesane MP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Paulson, in terms of Rule 168, this rule requires that before a witness gives evidence before a house or committee, the chairperson must, in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers and Privileges Act, inform the witness as follows. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawful put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry. Notwithstanding that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages, you are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or place outside of Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Do you have any objection to taking an oath or making an affirmation, Honorable Paulson?
Not at all, Chairperson, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member. Now you will say something after me. I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth. Can you say that after me, Honorable Paulson?
I swear that the testimony or evidence I'm going to give is the truth and only the truth, so help me Allah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Advocate, can you cross-examine your witness, please?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Paulson. I'm going to ask that you will switch on the mic. You should know this answer than I do when you give an answer.
Yeah. My apologies. Yes, sure.
You've been sitting since yesterday morning in relation to the subject matter. You know what it is about.
Yes.
The charge that has been brought against you relates to facts that occurred leading up to you being evicted. And in essence, the charge against you is that you prohibited the security personnel of Parliament from evicting a member of Parliament, Mr. Geza, who obviously just came before you. What you can, and I take it is common cause, what is viewable from the footage of the day is that you get in between the protection services personnel and Mr. Geza. Just advise this committee as to what happened.
Well, there was an engagement between the Commander-in-Chief and the Speaker concerning Honorable Geza, and I just felt that while that engagement is underway, that we should wait for it to finish first before the bouncers are allowed to ascend on us. descend on us.
Yes. And you would have observed, I imagine, the engagement, I dare say, between the initiator and the MP about what engagement is, and you're using that term as well. Perhaps if you can then explain to this committee what you mean by there was engagement between Malema MP and the Speaker.
It's a matter of semantics, but what the Commander-in-Chief was doing was appealing to the Speaker for consistency, that other members of Parliament were warned that should this happen, she will ask them to leave, or she will evict them or have them evicted from the House. And the President then appealed to the Speaker to afford Kanyakeza the same treatment, warning before asking him to leave the House. And that was underway, and I just didn't think it was right for the bouncers to come in, or the Parliamentary Protection Services to descend on us at that stage, or descend on Kanyakeza, and but it was never my intention to obstruct.
What is there anything you said to what you referred to as bouncers? I'd rather not fall in the same trap and say the same, the protection services of Parliament.
Yeah. Well, their behavior has been that of bouncers. They're not there to listen to reason. They are there to follow instructions of the Speaker, and I don't think they even knew who they are going to remove. They just came for me, and I wasn't there to prevent them from taking anyone, but merely to tell them, look, there's a matter underway here. Wait a minute, stop being in such a hurry.
So is that what you said to them?
Yes, exactly.
And last thing I want to ask you, when I observed the video, not only were you talking, I observed you stretching out your hand. Did you stretch out your hand?
Well, was just to ask them to stop. When you ask someone to stop, that's how you ask them to stop. It's in the advancing. What do you do?
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Thank you, Chair. Those are all the questions I have for Mr. Paulson.
Thank you. Thank you, Advocate. Initiator, it's now your time to cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Chair, and I undertake to be as succinct as my colleague. Good day, Mr. Paulson.
Good day to you, Advocate.
Mr. Paulson, is really just two propositions that I want to put to you in relation to your charge sheet. We've seen the video footage. I'm sure you're very familiar with the video footage. The committee is familiar with the video footage, so it is there. We can all watch and see what happened on the day. Charge 2 is, as my learned friend correctly pointed out, is really the main charge against you. And charge 2 is that that as a member of Parliament and during the sitting on questions, you hindered or obstructed a staff member in the execution of the staff member's duties by physically intervening in the removal of Honourable Ceza. So it really is about the fact that you physically intervened and prevented them from the PPS now, or as you call it, the bouncers, from fulfilling their role. And I put it to you that that is exactly what happened. I'm not going to say anything more about it because it is on the video clip where you physically intervene.
Well, I intervened in the sense that intervening and obstructing are not quite the same thing. I intervened and said, look, there's something underway here. Allow it to run its course and you can come and do your work. But to them, they were there because the Commander-in-Chief was appealing to the Speaker to afford Kanyakeza the same treatment as she did the other MPs by warning them before asking them to leave. So that, I mean, there has to be consistency.
Mm. So,
That's the important thing about rules. It's not just knowing it, but also applying it consistently. And this was not happening on the day in question. And I think the Commander-in-Chief's appeal for the Speaker to give, to also warn the Honorable Kaiser was actually an appeal for consistency as well.
So you've heard what I've said in cross-examination to your colleague, Mr. Treze.
What did you say?
And I will repeat it, and I will also put it to you.
Okay.
That there was no engagement in any manner or form between Mr. Malema and the Speaker regarding the issue of a warning,
okay,
or fairness or consistency.
Okay.
The record, if you could just permit me, just so that I can put it to you fully, and then you have the right to comment. The video footage, nor the Hansard record bears that out, what you say.
Well, it's how you interpret engagement. There was an attempt where the Commander-in-Chief appealed to the Speaker, and it's there on the Hansard.
Yes.
You know,
so I understand that is your interpretation.
So if you see it, but it's your interpretation that doesn't count for anything. The fact that the Commander-in-Chief is in the Hansard and is asking Speaker, warn Kanya Kaiser in the same way she's warned other members before asking them to leave.
So at that point, the Speaker had ruled that Honorable Kaiser must leave the House.
Correct.
She did not recognize Mr. Malema on the issue now of the warning.
Yeah.
She did not speak to him about the issue of the warning. She persisted and repeated her ruling that Honorable Kaiser must please leave the House. So on what basis then did you defy and disrespect the authority of the Speaker in the face of a repeated ruling?
Rule 79(2) says you can raise a point of order at any time. The fact that the Speaker said no points of order, that is against the rules. The rules say.
Sorry, Mr. Paulson, that's a different issue. I'm asking you.
No, and there was an attempt to raise a point of order, but the Speaker wasn't willing to listen to anyone. And that is why that appeal came through Mr. Malema. Speaker, why not warn Kanya Kaiser in the same way you've warned other members?
So, Mr. Paulson, that is not the issue here. It's not the issue about the point of order. The issue is that the Speaker had made a ruling. She repeated that ruling, and you defied that ruling. You disrespected her.
There were repeated appeals for her to first warn him. Now, those appeals could have been exhausted first.
So,
it would have brought calm to the House, and we could have continued as normal.
So you would rather prefer to listen to your Commander-in-Chief in the House than the Speaker?
I would rather prefer the Speaker be consistent and fair.
So the issue of fairness, did you raise a point of order and say that it was unfair?
No,
you didn't raise a point of order. I see it nowhere in the hands.
It was raised before the Commander-in-Chief tried.
Mr. Paulson, we are now focusing on your conduct. Nowhere do I see that you raised a point of order. All I see in Hansard and on the video, as the committee will, is that without raising anything, you decided to listen to your Commander-in-Chief.
No, I didn't
and then,
listen
if you
to
can
him.
permit me to finish, I'm suggesting to you, I'm putting this proposition to you, and then
It's a
you can
foolish
answer.
suggestion, by the way.
That you prefer to listen to your Commander-in-Chief than the Speaker. and you physically intervened.
No, I take umbrage
I'm not finished.
to what you implied.
I'm not finished, Mr. Paulson.
No, I take umbrage to it.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Paulson, please give her a chance to speak, and then you will also be allowed to respond for the smooth running of this proceeding. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. And you proceeded to physically intervene in the removal of a member, which I put it to you in terms of the rules, amounts to gross disorderly conduct. In terms of Rule 69, brackets B. I'll read it to you, Mr. Paulson. Grossly disorderly conduct. Members may not engage in grossly disorderly conduct in the House and its forums, including A and then B, in any manner whatsoever, physically intervening, preventing, obstructing, or hindering the removal of a member from the House who has been ordered to leave the House.
Okay. Let me put it this way. I stood up, I engaged them orally, not physically. So, by me speaking to someone, that's not gross disorderly conduct. Gross disorderly conduct is actually ordering Parliamentary Protection Services to physically remove, and that is gross disorderly conduct. You have no idea how those bouncers behave. But anyway, that is your interpretation. I take umbrage to what you imply, that I listened to someone else. I follow my own mind. There was a matter being appealed. And regardless as to who was appealing the matter, I felt that we let that appeal run its course before we resort to the Parliamentary Protection Services.
And just to close off the point, and this will be my last issue, the first charge relates to a contravention then of Rule 69. I've already pointed out to you 69B, on which charge 2 is based, read together with Rule 73.5, but it's the same rule. But the further transgressions is that you deliberately created serious disorder or disruption in the House. I won't repeat B. You repeatedly undermined the authority of the Speaker, who was the presiding officer. You refused to obey her rulings. B. Using or threatening violence against a member or other person. That relates to the physical intervention and the pushing away of the
That is quite
PPS.
spurious and serious. There were no threats of violence there.
Can I just read it to you?
Okay.
Using or threatening violence against a member or other person. And F, acting in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity, decorum, or orderly procedure of the House. So my final
What a lot of words to describe absolutely nothing, really. So show me on the Hansard where the threats are. I want to hear those threats. There's no such thing.
Mr. Paulson,
This is someone's delusion. There really are no threats. If they're not on the Hansard, it's delusion. So whose delusion is it? Yours or the Speaker's?
So, Mr. Paulson, for purposes of moving forward, I am prepared to accept that no verbal threats were made.
No, but that's what you implied. Threatening someone's life. How do you threaten someone's life?
Mr. Paulson, can I just
verbally?
Can I just read it to you again? Just to close this point. Let me just read it to you again. Here we go. Using or threatening violence against a member or other person.
So I'm asking you, show me in the Hansard,
Mr.
where does it
Paulson,
say
could you give me an
there's
opportunity?
a threat of violence?
Mr. Paulson?
Yes.
I ask the questions. You don't ask the questions. I'm going to read it to you again, 69E.
But what if he doesn't understand you? What if he doesn't understand you? What must he do? You are badgering the witness, man.
Honorable Ndlo's order. You are not allowed to do that.
I'll read it to you again. Using or threatening violence. So, Mr. Paulson, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It's not threats, direct verbal threats.
So you're saying that does that charge still stand?
Yes, because it also says using or threatening violence. So I'm
There was
putting
no
it to you.
violence, ma'am.
Can you please just give me a chance?
Okay. All right.
I have to do this. This is what the procedure is for.
Okay.
I'm putting it to you that the video evidence clearly shows that not only did you physically intervene, you pushed the PPS members out of the way. You tried to push them back so that they don't remove Mr. Keza. That is what the video evidence
Now
shows.
look at it again. I'm standing, I'm trying to talk to them, and they start grabbing me. Now what must I do?
And
Allow myself to be grabbed.
And you then obstructed them from doing their job.
No, I didn't obstruct them. There's no way. They grabbed me. When I stood up, they grabbed me and treated me. And the speaker goes, and now you're saying that I threatened violence. I was the one being moored there, and you're telling me that I threatened violence. How? I mean, in what world do you live in to see a man being beaten up and saying he threatened violence?
Mr. Paulson, there's no suggestion.
No, but you see, I threatened violence.
I'm going to leave that and we will argue that.
No, but I want you to withdraw that particular charge saying that I threatened violence.
Mr. Paulson, you're not listening to me. I'm telling you and I'm repeating it. And if I
And I'm telling you,
wrong,
I did not threaten anyone with violence. If I did, there would have been people in hospital. Serious. I was the one allowing myself to be beaten up all the time because I don't want to hurt those people. They are following instructions from the speaker to unleash violence on members of parliament. And you're telling me that I was threatening violence. Me, the one that was being beaten up, that most of the time after these altercations, I have to go to a hospital because I allow myself to be beaten up. Because those parliamentary protection services are abused by the speaker to beat up black people. You're telling me I'm the one that threatened violence.
So,
Initiator, can we proceed so that we close this?
No. I want you to withdraw that charge.
Sorry,
I was the one
Madam
being
Chair, if
beaten
you
up.
could just intervene here. Madam Chair.
Honorable Paulson, I believe the proceeding must go smoothly by listening to each other. You will be allowed to respond after the initiator has put her points, but interrupting her and interdicting her doesn't assist us because we want to get the sense of what transpired and we want also to hear your response, your views on this. Members of the portfolio committee are listening.
Chairperson, I've refuted the charge. I'd like to know, does the charge still stand?
Madam Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, proceed, initiate.
Thank you. So, Mr. Paulson, you are also accused of refusing to fine the speaker when she asked you to leave.
How?
You refused?
How did I refuse? They dragged me out there. I'm going willingly. They even gave me a wedgie on the way out. You think that's fine for me?
Mr. Paulson?
I don't know what that is.
Mr. Paulson, sorry. I'm so sorry to do this, Chairperson. I'm not disputing that it happened, but it would give me greater comfort if we could be given reference of where the speaker asked Mr. Paulson to leave. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'll be comfortable if I could see that in the record.
Noted. Thank you.
Can you look at page 342 where the speaker says, Honorable Paulson, you may as well leave. And this was immediately after Mr. Paulson intervened to protect Honorable Xeza.
I'm sorry again. That to me reads more like a ruling rather than an invitation for him to leave.
Yeah.
It's a ruling for him to leave rather than appealing to him to desist from his conduct.
Yes. Chair, I'm very happy to argue that in oral argument. I will leave that point.
No,
Yeah,
but
thank
what
you.
just made the accusation that I refused to leave. I didn't. She just said leave, and then I'm leaving already, and she's telling me to leave. It's actually unnecessary for to have said that. They were removing me already.
Chair, as I said, I will deal with it in oral argument. Thank you. That's the extent of my questions.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Initiator. I will now invite honorable members to not to cross-examine you, to speak for clarity questions. Honorable members, over to you. Honorable Mlenzana.
Deputy Chief Whip.
Deputy Chief Whip, yes.
Mr. Ndlozi.
Mr. Ndlozi, in that order. Honorable Mlenzana, you may start.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just one question. One question for Honorable Paulson. Greetings, Honorable Paulson.
Greetings, Honorable Mlenzana.
Just one question. Of course, it is intertwined. What is your understanding of defiance and contempt in the context of this hearing? You may, as you explain to me, elaborate or justify the actions of the day. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't see the relevance or how it's relevant here, but defiance is if you refuse to disobey an instruction, and I don't think that was anywhere.
Thank you. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Paulson, good evening.
Good evening, Honorable
Honorable, thank you very much, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson, if I may ask, when the Speaker ordered you to leave the House, did you willingly walk out or you were forced to leave the House or removed by the Sergeant at Arms or the Parliamentary Protection Service?
No, there was no.
My second question.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm waiting.
May I proceed, Honorable Chair?
Yeah,
I'm
proceed that. Proceed is waiting for the question.
Thank you very much. As a member of parliament and a whip in your own party, I believe you know the rules better. Would you say that there was disruption by some members of the EFF in the House? Thank you, Chair. On that day.
Thank you, Honorable Tlakwete. Honorable Paulson, can you respond to the two questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the questions. First question, when the Speaker was ordering me to leave, even before that, the protection services were already dragging me out. by their own fruition. You go and look at that video, they were already removing me without instructions. And also, the members of the EFF were acting within their rights to hold the president to account. The fact that it descended into chaos is surely as a result of the speaker's inability to apply the rules or to even understand the rules and to apply it fairly. If you look at all the points of order that were raised by members of the ruling party without consequence, and for the few points of orders raised by the EFF, 3 members are in this disciplinary hearing now. No ANC people. And it is ANC people, majority, that are deciding on our fate here. So I don't think that the members of the EFF acted outside of what is allowed by the rules of parliament.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable Dr. Ndlozi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Chairperson. I want to canvass the following grounds in terms of questions. In relation to your explanation on threats of violence, Honorable Nazir Paulsen, Fighter Commissar, are you saying the initiator did not provide evidence of the threat of violence on your part? I just want to appreciate, is that what you're saying, that there is no evidence that was led by the initiator on threats of violence on your part? And then in your view, did the speaker break or undermine the rules of parliament in how she dealt with you? If so, please share in what form did she do so? In terms of this question of fairness that you keep going to, please explain in what way was the speaker not fair, perhaps not only in dealing with you, but also with what you referred to as, to Honorable Kheza, your members. Do you think that included as well members of the EFF? Could you take us through your opinion of the gravity of that statement? In relation to the question of defiance, as a law-abiding citizen and member of parliament who took an oath, is it not your constitutional duty to defy an unjust law? If a ruling is unjust in that you are being kicked out of holding the president accountable as an elected member of parliament, are you not constitutionally within your rights to defy an unjust ruling? Please take me into confidence about your view on that. And finally, shouldn't parliament, seeing that in your situation, the speaker seems to not have consistently applied the rules in relation to how a member of parliament should be removed, do you, in your opinion, think she must come and also explain her own actions in relation to her ruling with you? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Paulsen, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Sorry, Chair, to interject. My hand has been up.
I think you have recognized you. You will come in after he has responded. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Ndlozi. I think, the initiator says, I threatened violence. Nowhere in the Hansard is there any proof that I have threatened violence. There's also nothing on the video that says that I'm pointing at someone and I'm telling them, so I need to understand where this idea of me threatening violence on anyone comes from. I'm trying to intervene and ask the bounds or the Parliamentary Protection Services to give us an opportunity to exhaust the current process where the Commander-in-Chief is appealing to the Speaker to give a warning to the Honorable Kaiser, our comrade, and it's not been exhausted. And suddenly they just start grabbing me, and I try to resist it and say, wait, I'm not the person here that should be dragged out or that's supposed to be dragged out. I'm trying to assist the situation. But of course, they will have nothing about it. And as they're dragging me out, the Speaker says, Honorable Paulson, leave the House also. Really. So anyway, so in terms of fairness, I think it would help us a lot in that House if we actually had. There are certain presiding officers when they take the stand. Chair, can I mention the name of the presiding officer? For example, the Honorable Frolic, when he's presiding, it's consistent. There is no favoritism on either side, whether the ruling party or the opposition parties. It's consistent, it's fair, he understands the rules. And when he orders you out, you at least know it comes from a point of someone who's knowledgeable about the rules and someone who's fair in how those rules are applied, but not so in the case of the Speaker of the National Assembly. It's just willy-nilly. There's examples. The Chief Whip of the EFF stands. She says, why are you standing? He says, the rule says I must stand. No, you don't have to stand, sit down. And the rules does say that you must stand when you're about to raise a point of order. So that's just one example as to how the Speaker, was supposed to uphold the rules of Parliament, decides to break the rules of Parliament and apply it willy-nilly. So I'm not comfortable with a decision where a member of Parliament raises a point of order or raises his hand and is told, just leave. Also, the Speaker says, no more points of order. Rule 79(2) says, you may raise a point of order or a point of privilege at any time. For a Speaker to say that members may no longer raise any points of order is just denying the right of members of Parliament to participate in what's happening in Parliament. And that's not right. It's wrong. And if the Speaker were to testify or to come and be a witness in these hearings, those inconsistencies would be raised. So we are here based on charges brought by someone who's very inconsistent in applying the rules, and I don't think it's fair. So when someone is inconsistent, when the rules are broken, when laws are being broken by an individual and we want to hold him account and we are denied that opportunity, defiance is the only way. It really is. There is still that very valid issue, is that the President was asked about foreign currency held on his Palapala farm, and Members of the EFF wanted to hold him to account, and the Speaker did everything humanly possible to prevent the President from being held to account. The only way, the only option members of the EFF had was to defy. We did so in a very respectful manner. The Speaker and everyone else who wants to shield the President from accountability for illegally holding large sums of foreign currency, which has not been declared, are the ones that are holding us before this hearing.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. I believe we have made your point.
Especially not the President.
I will now invite Honorable Kape to pose questions to you, Honorable Paulson. Thanks for the response. Dr. Kape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thanks for the opportunity once more. Honorable Paulson, the advocate indicated earlier on that in the video, you are seen stretching even your hands. And you acceded that, yes, you wanted to protect Honorable Preza because there was an engagement between Honorable Malema and the Speaker at that point. Now, the charge that is put before you, one of them is obstruction of the Parliamentary Protection Services in actionalizing what they were called to do, even if I don't put it in the right phrase. You stretched your hands, as it has been indicated. Now, obstruction in another meaning means impediment. So you are impeding them to do that action. I want to ask you, one, whether you agree with this charge that we are obstructing this parliamentary services, as you qualify it by saying you wanted them to stop first and allow the engagement that was underway, noting that there was an instruction from the Speaker. Two, which is the last point. The initiator talks about the threat for violence. Now, if someone stretches the hand and you have to carry out an action, if a scuffle can ensue for them to break that barrier you are forming, is that not violence? Won't it be violence? Don't you see that you stretching the hands, impeding their action could spark violence? Is it not a threat of violence for you? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kape. Honorable Paulson, can you respond, please?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Manketsi. You say I protected the Honorable Teza. That should be a real embarrassment for this ANC-run government that opposition party members feel the need to protect themselves from physical harm of the Parliamentary Protection Services, because that is the only violence we know in that Parliament, is the violence unleashed by the Parliamentary Protection Services on male and female members of the EFF. That's the violence we know. And it's a disgrace that the only recourse the ANC has to deal with the truth is to unleash violence on opposition party members. There was no way where I was threatening. I was asking them to stop until this process that was underway was concluded. And obviously, it seems as if they only have one instruction, that when the Speaker gives them the go-ahead, it's open season to unleash violence on EFF members. male and female. Male and female. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Honorable members, honorable members, we have come to the end of our session for today. And then we are adjourning. We will resume on Thursday, 10 o'clock. So thank you so much. The meeting
Sorry,
standard.
Chairperson. No, sorry, Chairperson. Can I please come in? It's Ka-Siboto at the House.
Okay, Advocate.
No, I'm so sorry, Chairperson. I'm to still re-examine Mr. Paulsen. I promise I just have one question. It won't take more than a minute.
Sorry,
I haven't
Advocate.
re-examined him.
Sorry, Advocate. Sorry. Proceed, please.
I think Mr. Klaba's hand was also up. I don't know if he okay, I'll proceed.
Can I check with him? Because the time I concluded, there were no more hands. It was only Dr. Klape. Can I establish that with you, Honorable Kaba?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, I must also thank you for your patience. We often happen to be challenged by the network, so that's why I'm late. But only just 2 questions, Chair, if you allow me.
Proceed.
Yeah, to Honorable Paulsen, maybe, because what is being projected about protection services, I wonder if is that conduct equals to an honorable member. I'm just raising this, Chair, on a basis that there had been many other public hearings whom perhaps honorable member person may have attended. I wonder if protection services, their name was violent and behavior. Just as that one question, Chair. Secondly, Chair, do I understand Honorable Paulsen correctly to indicate that, yes, he is pleading guilty on being violent? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Can you respond to the 2 questions?
Number one, I don't see what other instances outside of the 30th of August has to do with the 30th of August. We take each day on its merits. Number 2, I think the members also hallucinating. There's no way where I'm guilty of anything. No sane person, no rational person would find me guilty of anything. So this is a test for this committee as well. It was refuted when the initiator accused me of or alleging that I threatened. It was refuted. Both charges was refuted. So I don't know how I can plead guilty to charges that are refuted. The member mustn't sleep there on Zoom. He must wake up. That's why he doesn't want to be in these chambers here, because he can't sleep here. He'll be woken up. He's been sleeping.
Thank you, Honorable Paulsen. Advocate. It's your time now.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Paulsen, there was a suggestion that the Speaker had asked you to leave the House and you refused. I objected to that question. And then it was reserved for argument. And then the Honorable Deputy Chief Whip of the African National Congress then made a similar claim where she says, when you were asked to leave by the Speaker, now what I want to ask you is, did the Speaker ask you to leave?
No, she didn't ask. She said, you may as well leave, because I was being taken out already without her instruction.
In fact, let's go to 342, which is alleged to be the request by the speaker for you to leave. Right in the middle,
I just want to get there quickly. My page, oh, okay, I see it.
okay, so if you go to the middle of that page, you are told that is when the speaker asked you to leave. Let me read what it says. Honorable Paulson, Paulson, you may as well leave. What do you understand that to be?
Just telling me to leave.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Paulson. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Honorable Paulson, for the response. Honorable members, according to our program, we have come to the end. We are adjourning and then we'll resume our duties on Thursday at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much. Good.